Good morning, everybody. If we could just ask our last delegates to join us and take seats now, we'd like to kick off for the conference. Thank you very much. We'll be kicking off in 1 minute. Thank you. So good morning, everybody. It was a real pleasure to see so many of you at the welcome drinks this evening, last night. But for those of you who were not able to join us, really just wanted to say thank you so much to everybody for taking the time to join us in Edinburgh for this year's annual conference of the ICN. It's a fantastic event. We've got a fantastic program of discussions and meetings set up. And I really, really hope that we will all get the very best out of this. Before I kick off on the main introduction, just a few points of housekeeping, if I can. First of all, in the very unlikely event of a fire alarm, please do leave the building immediately, and we will have our venue staff on hand to assist us and guide us to the nearest available exit and to the muster point outside. For lunch for today and for the remainder of the conference, lunch will be served 3 floors down. That's at level -2. Again, venue staff will be on hand to direct you, and please do ask them if you have any questions. And finally, we do have a professional photographer roaming to take some snaps along the way. We hope that you will all participate in that, but if you do have any concerns and don't want to be included in any photographs, then please do let event staff know. That's absolutely fine, and we will accommodate you. So with those few housekeeping points out of the way, let's get on with the real business of the day. As I said, we've got an incredibly exciting lineup for this year's annual conference. And I think it's such an important moment for the ICN, for us all to have the opportunity to come together at a time of great change in markets across the globe. We're seeing the continued impact of digital transformation, emerging technologies. We're seeing the ever-changing needs and demands of consumers and continuing cost of living pressures. And we all come together at this moment to really learn from one another's experience, to really think carefully about how, as a community of competition enforcers, we can take forward the best opportunities and tackle those challenges together. We want to develop best practice, and we want to build the common understanding and cooperation that strengthens competition law enforcement across borders. And I think it's that spirit of deep collaboration that was so evident at the welcome drinks last night that really lies at the heart of the ICN. That sense that we can work together to benefit from the collective energy, insight, and experience that sits in this room today. Now, I want to take a moment just to thank our ICN colleagues, particularly the working group and special project members, without whom we simply could not have put together such a program of events. And your considerable events are really what makes this annual conference possible. I do also want to say a particular thank you to the CMA team led by Eleni. The team have worked absolutely tirelessly to pull this conference together, and I'm sure you will all recognize the huge effort, the superhuman effort, I think, that has gone into making this event possible. Now, as I say, we've got an incredibly exciting program ahead of us, and to begin, it's my great pleasure to introduce our esteemed chair of the ICN, Andreas Mundt. Andreas really needs no introduction, but as chair of the ICN, president of the Bundeskartellamt, Andreas has been a driving force in promoting international competition cooperation and strengthening competition policy around the world. So please do join me in welcoming Andreas to formally open the conference.
Well, thank you so much. Dear Minister Matters, dear Sarah, dear NGAs, dear ICN community, welcome to the 24th annual ICN conference here in Edinburgh, in the capital of Scotland, in the UK. First time that we are in the UK with an ICN conference. And it's a real pleasure to see you all in this room. I must say, every year I do this, and I do that for a great many years already, I'm always overwhelmed by the crowd, by these many people, and that we meet here, and it's always a great pleasure and an honor to be with you once a year here in this room and in other rooms, of course. Our host this year is the CMA, the UK Competition Agency, a founding member of the ICN, a very active ICN member of the steering group, working group, co-chair, and an organizer of great events, like the Tech Forum that you hosted yesterday, and which was extremely successful. My head of digital at least told me last night she's going home with lots of ideas, having no idea if she can do all that in Germany, but that is another point with regard to the digital situation in Germany. But it seems the CMA is also very good at hosting an ICN annual conference, as it looks, and many thanks, Sarah, for the invitation, and many thanks that we are allowed to be here. We have come a long way since the first annual ICN conference in Naples. I was back in 2002. I was there. It was a good conference with around 120 participants. If you look at this conference, we have hundreds of participants, at least 400, something between 400 and 500, and you see how the ICN has developed over the years. The ICN conference is always the pinnacle of the ICN year, a face-to-face meeting after thousands of emails, hundreds of working hours by the co-chairs, by the project leads, after dozens of video calls, and here we present the work products of last year, and we set the course for the future, of course. And in a nutshell, I want to look at both very, very shortly. How was the ICN year, and what will the future bring to a certain extent? So I would like to base my very short assessment on three headlines. One is focus, one is inclusiveness, and one is implementation. Why these three headlines? When I became chair of the ICN steering group in 2013, these were exactly my headlines, my leitmotif for what I wanted to achieve with the ICN, and this is why I want to look at the last year under these headlines. The first one is focus. It means, do we tackle the right topics? Are we doing the right things? Are we setting the right priorities? And if you look at the work products of the last ICN year, you will see that personally I believe we have tackled all the problems that matter to us and that went to the heart of ICN members. The Agency Effectiveness Working Group is presenting a report on measuring agency effectiveness. The Cartel Working Group presents a chapter on raids in an enforcement manual and has held a very successful workshop in October in Mexico City. The Advocacy Working Group is presenting a report on strategies with the judiciary. What could be more important? I mean, we do cases, but in the very end, it's the courts who decide. So this is really a topic that matters a lot. The Merger Working Group. Mergers have been a certain focus in the last ICN year, represents new recommended practices, our gold standards on coordinated effects, on unilateral effects. I think also a very successful year for the ICN Working Group on mergers. Besides that, we have held a merger workshop in Taiwan in November 2024. The Unilateral Conduct Working Group is finalizing the workbook chapter on exclusive dealing and also had held a workshop in Rio de Janeiro. We have tackled other projects, important projects, on competition concerns in food markets, on sustainability. We had a workshop hosted by Benoît Curé in Paris. The Chief Economist Workshop in Hungary, the Tech Forum here in Edinburgh yesterday. So in a nutshell, I think we have done a lot of work, and we have done and presented a lot of excellent work. The second headline is inclusiveness. It is important to me personally to involve all ICN members, all agencies, regardless of size, of experience, and of resources, because we are a very heterogeneous club. We have very small agencies and we have very large ones, and we have to get them all together, and we have to have an agenda, a program that is important for all of us. I think also here we have been successful. We managed to include all agencies. I hope we also managed to include the NGAs. Also, this is very important to me, that we engage with NGAs for two reasons. First is we need a perspective from all angles on our world, and the second one is if we're only among us, we tend a little bit to tell each other how good we are and how successful, and sometimes from time to time I think it's a good idea to have some constructive criticism among us to see if we are really as successful as we believe. The ICN has grown and keeps growing. What started with 16 founding members from 14 jurisdictions in 2001 has grown into 110 members when I started as chair in 2013, to more than 140 members today. ICN events literally cover the globe. We have had events in Australia, in Botswana, South Africa, Brazil, Mexico, South Korea, Singapore, Poland, Ukraine, in the UK. Our co-chairs come from Chile, Finland, Botswana, the Philippines, Azerbaijan, Hong Kong, Egypt. I could continue, I only can name a few today. The number of co-chairs rose from 2 to 3 to 4. Why is this? This is not just about creating leadership roles. There's a purpose behind that, and the purpose is that we put young agencies along with mature agencies and train them on the job, how leadership works in the ICN. What do you have to do? We do not throw these agencies into the cold water, and I think that works very well. And we see more members taking on leadership positions also in the steering group. The third headline, implementation, in a nutshell. This is the underlying goal of the ICN. We do not produce papers for their own sake. We produce papers, we do our work in order to have an impact. And ICN and its work products serve as the benchmark for many agencies around the world. Even if you talk to young competition agencies in Europe, which had benefited a lot from help from the European Commission through twinning projects and all of this, if you talk to them, they will tell you a lot of things that we knew, a lot of things on how we have set up the agency stem from ICN work, and I think that is good. The UNCTAD makes use of ICN work papers. We have OECDized many ICN work papers. The OECD is a very close coordination partner. So I think we have made good progress. My personal and final milestone to the ICN as ICN chair is the new operational framework that will be presented to you and hopefully approved by the membership at this conference. We have increased the number of working group co-chairs. We have increased the number of steering group members. We have introduced a mechanism to get in new steering group members who have not been a member of the steering group before. So all to encourage wider participation in ICN leadership. And we will see more of a change also in the steering group. If we have a slide now, I would very much like to present to you the new steering group. The new steering group that is proposed to you, to the ICN membership, as the incoming steering group proposed by the outgoing steering group. There's not very much of a change, but there is some change. We recommend heavily to introduce the competition agency of Egypt to the new steering group, hopefully approved by all of you if you don't object loudly right now. I hear no objection, so that is very good. Much better than at the first conference where we have discussed paper also in the last group, and I remember the Finnish head of an agency who sprang up exactly at this moment and said, "I cannot agree." That was a critical moment for the ICN, I can tell you, so I'm very happy that it works much better today. Another change is the chair of the steering group. After holding this job for 12 years, I'm not a candidate for being the chairman of the steering group of the ICN this year. The steering group will elect a new chair tomorrow. We have an excellent candidate, but it's the steering group who elects this candidate. So I'm not going to tell you today. And if you want to know who will be the new chairman as of Friday afternoon, when we leave this conference, you have to attend the dinner tomorrow, because we are going to elect the new chair tomorrow, and you will hear at the dinner who the new chair, who the steering group has elected as a new chair. I can assure you it's going to be a great choice, and you will be very happy. Of course, there will be other changes. We have seen in the last year in how far we have new topics, new debates about the general purpose of competition, how our work is embedded in a bigger economic context that is becoming more and more important. We will discuss in how far we contribute to growth, in how far we contribute to competitiveness, the big headline of the new Commission in Brussels, but not only there, also here in the UK. This is a very important topic. The first plenary session, the Host Showcase, is exactly about these topics, another example that we are at the pulse of the time. So I do believe the network is in good shape, a well-working setting is in place, and I wish all of you a wonderful conference, constructive and lively debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andreas. As ever, you've been able to give us a remarkable history lesson and dangle a tantalizing sequel to come tomorrow. So everybody will be waiting with bated breath for the next developments on the ICN front. But thank you so much. I know we will have opportunities through the course of this week to really fully express our huge gratitude for everything that you have done as chair of the ICN. It really is a remarkable achievement over the last 12 years, and perhaps just a round of appreciation now for that huge contribution from Andreas. Now, for our next opening address, it really is a privilege to be joined on stage by Minister Justin Madders. Justin Madders is the minister from the UK government that has particular responsibility for the UK's competition regime, not only, in fact, for the competition regime. As Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State at the UK's Department of Business and Trade, Minister Madders actually has a very broad remit, portfolio of responsibilities that includes employment rights, subsidy control, consumer protection, and of course, competition policy. And I know that you have really played an instrumental role in shaping here in the UK the landscape that benefits businesses, that drives the right regulatory frameworks, and really enables competition to allow businesses and investment to flourish and support the growth of the economy, as Andreas has just been outlining. So we are absolutely honoured and privileged to have your company today. And without further ado, I would like to pass the floor to Minister Justin Madders. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Sarah. And before I start, I just want to thank you for your leadership of the CMA and your vital work to promote competition in our markets, and of course to protect businesses and consumers. I know you very much share the government's belief in the importance of high consumer confidence and properly functioning markets to drive economic growth. And I also want to thank Andreas and the International Competition Network for your commitment to bringing organisations together so that countries across the globe can work more closely on competition policy and enforcement. And I'd like to thank you, Andreas, for your 12 years as chair. We've had 6 prime ministers in that time, so I think you've done pretty well to last that long. But seriously, that contribution is magnificent, and I wish your successor as much success as you have enjoyed in the role. So it is a pleasure to host you here in the UK, in Edinburgh, and I hope that you do have time to explore this beautiful and historic city, as well as having a productive and insightful conference, and do make the most of the good weather, because it doesn't always last for too long in the UK. Without further ado, we had a new government last July following a general election, a Labour government. We have made it one of our main priorities to focus on economic growth. The Prime Minister has put our growth mission at the front and centre of everything that we do. And I recognise that policymakers and regulators across the globe are similarly asking the same fundamental question: how can competition policy best promote growth, innovation and productivity? We in the UK have been closely following the legislative reforms and policy initiatives developed in Europe, Australia and beyond, so that we can draw on the best practices in other jurisdictions. And given this room is full of economic expertise, I'm going to controversially start with disagreeing with the words of the noted British economist Robert Coase, who stated that he had grown tired of antitrust because when the prices went up, the judges said it was monopoly. When the prices went down, they said it was predatory pricing. And when they stayed the same, they said it was tacit collusion. So, to the contrary, I actually see antitrust and your role as competition authorities as absolutely central to our shared future economic success. We know that an open and fair competition and vibrant free market are essential ingredients to securing economic growth, and thereby generating the investment, innovation and job creation that flow as a result of that. And from that growth, of course, for politicians it's very important that we can then secure increased investment in public services. So that is why, as part of our growth mission, we're making sure that bodies like the CMA are striking the correct balance between taking action where it's needed to promote competition and protect consumers, but not stifling growth with slow or disproportionate interventions. We recently published our proposals for a new strategic steer for the Competition and Markets Authority. Our steer seeks to orientate the CMA's activities around the government's priorities and our growth mission in particular. I should emphasise that we have a rock-solid commitment to respect the operational independence of the CMA, and our strategic steers are a long-established feature of the UK's approach. And our steer asks the CMA to go further in driving international competitiveness within the 8 key growth-driving sectors we have outlined in our industrial strategy, where they have the discretion to do so. And it asks them to maintain a clear focus on tackling genuine harms to UK-based consumers and businesses. That in turn promotes trust and deters abuse. The strategic steer also asks the CMA to minimise uncertainty for businesses by being proactive, transparent, timely, predictable and responsive in its engagement. We've asked for them to be the best in class in competition authorities for all they interact with. And there's a lot of competition out there for that title, looking around this room, if you'll excuse the pun. And we know that under Sarah's leadership, the CMA has already taken significant steps in focusing its approach, so it's always got growth and investment in mind. That includes its work for the new Growth and Investment Council to identify opportunities for greater competition. And I am grateful for Sarah and her team's laser-like focus on increased pace, proportionality and predictability, and improved processes across the CMA's activities. With continued and targeted reform, the government has full confidence that the CMA will build on this momentum, that it will have its sights trained firmly on more direct engagement with businesses, speeding up decision-making to deliver more certainty for investors and adopt a more agile approach to promoting competition. And this reset doesn't just apply to the CMA. We're conscious that over-regulation more broadly is acting as a drag anchor on growth, with some studies suggesting an impact of 3 to 4% of GDP from too much red tape. The Prime Minister has therefore tasked regulators across government to report back with proposals on what they can do to unlock more potential in their respective sectors and spur growth across the country. With important new planning reforms also underway to stop important new development projects being hampered by overzealous regulatory hoop jumping, and of course, an important part of the CMA's role is to help identify markets where ineffective regulation is holding back competition and innovation. So yes, we are being unapologetically ambitious about easing burdens on business. We want to make sure that we have a regulatory environment which helps more than hinders growth. But I know that everyone will agree that it's important to have strong, effective competition authorities in place to keep things in check. Competition authorities play a hugely important role here in the UK by stimulating growth as well as protecting consumers. And the most recent impact assessment showed that the CMA returned an average of £23 of benefits to UK consumers for every £1 of UK taxpayer money spent. We've also seen great examples of the CMA's work to protect consumers, including their challenging of supermarkets to ensure loyalty schemes deliver genuine value for money, as well as pushing for greater competition between petrol forecourts so motorists aren't ripped off. So we very much want to ensure that the CMA has the tools it needs to take enforcement action where it needs to, which is why we have brought forward a suite of new powers for the CMA through the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act, which came into effect this year. The Act includes enhancements to the CMA's competition powers alongside new direct enforcement powers for consumer protection. The new powers will allow the CMA to tackle misleading and unfair practices head-on, such as fake reviews and drip pricing by requiring full price disclosure up front, as well as powers to address those annoying subscription traps that we all fall into from time to time. And through the Act, the CMA now has flexible and proportionate tools to support more open and fair digital markets, making it easier for innovative firms to enter the market, compete fairly, and benefit from more investment to grow. Through the Act, the CMA now has also greater ability to cooperate with its international partners. This is especially important when we are seeing an increasingly global nature in competition cases and merger transactions. This makes the dialogue and collaboration facilitated by the ICN all the more important. It's why we are also pleased to have concluded negotiations on a competition cooperation agreement with the EU months into our new government. Through closer working between the CMA, European Commission and competition regulators in the EU member states, we will see more effective enforcement of our competition laws, which will help to support businesses and protect consumers in the UK, EU and further afield. This form of international cooperation is a huge step forward, and we're certainly in the market for further discussions with interested partners. So in closing, the regulatory reform agenda is a key opportunity as part of the government's growth mission. We want to make sure that the right checks and balances are being made while we strive for greater innovation and investment in a future-facing economy. This conference is a great moment to reflect on these efforts and those of governments and authorities around the world so that we can learn from each other and help one another. In bringing competition agencies together and sharing insights and best practice, we can deliver effective competition enforcement together. We can boost the economy and we can protect businesses and consumers both here and around the world. And I think that is a shared objective that we have greatly enjoyed discussing with you. So on that note, I'd like to thank you for your time today and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Minister Madders. I think it's so important for us as we reflect on the discussions that we're about to have, to hear that endorsement, to hear the importance of competition policy, not just because we all find it intellectually interesting, but because it actually has a real world value, that it can make a difference to our economies across the globe, that it can make a difference for the people who live in our countries, for the businesses who want to thrive. And I think just that central importance is so important to hear, and really appreciate your time. I hope you will also enjoy some of the discussions that we will continue to have through the course this morning. So if I can just close this opening session with a final round of appreciation, both to Minister Madders and also to Entrenchment. Thank you. We're going to have just a momentary change of scene. Please don't move from your seats, you will have an opportunity for a break a little bit later this morning, I promise. But we are going to move on to our first panel discussion, which will seamlessly connect with the discussion that we've just been having. We are going to have an opening panel discussion, really exploring in more detail these themes around competition and how competition can help to drive productivity, innovation, and growth. So I'm just going to invite our additional panel members onto the stage, and then we'll introduce that panel discussion in full. Thank you.
Just a brief housekeeping remark. A mobile phone was found in the Sheraton, which belongs most likely to an ICN member delegate. So please turn to me. I got it in my rucksack. Please come to me if you're missing your mobile phone, and you have most likely left it in the Sheraton, in the lobby.
So as I said, for our first discussion, please do join us on stage, and I will introduce our full panel. Thank you very much. Where should I sit? Yeah, have a seat anywhere. I'll go at the end. So for this morning's first discussion, as I said, the topic is the theme of competition, driving productivity, innovation, and growth. And I really couldn't think of a better panel to join us for this conversation. We have the benefit of a number of different perspectives from some of the leading practitioners in the competition world. And I'm sure you'll all join me in showing a warm round of applause for our first panel. We are joined by Andreas Munt, who absolutely needs no further introduction for this morning, by Andrea Marvin, Chair of COFECI in Mexico, by Doris Chepi, Commissioner from the South African Competition Commission, and by Guillaume Loriot, who's joining us from DG Comp and very kindly stepping in the place of Olivier Gasson, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today, but we are very, very grateful, Guillaume, for you joining us today. So thank you very much, Noel. Come and take a seat. So today's discussion, I think, is going to be a real opportunity to bring some of these themes together and really explore some different perspectives from different agencies, different jurisdictions. A couple of quick words from a UK perspective before we get going. And you've heard a number of these themes already from the Minister, who talked about the importance of economic growth for the UK economy and the important role that competition agencies can play in supporting and driving that economic growth. And that's critically important because we know that economic growth helps investment in critical public services. It helps drive prosperity across the whole of our economies. Now, in the UK, at the CMA, we've been thinking really deeply and carefully about how, as a competition authority, we can contribute to that government mission. And we know, and I think we'll hear a lot of discussion this morning about how competition, how open, competitive markets really are the engine, the powerhouse of economic growth. They help drive greater productivity, they spur innovation. But what can we do specifically as competition agencies? What should our areas of focus be? What should our priority choices be? We've been thinking a lot in the UK about how we can help open up markets in those priority strategic sectors that the Minister mentioned. We've been thinking about how we can use competition as an advocacy tool, helping inform the government's industrial strategy, how we can intervene directly, in some cases by using competition to really open up markets, but perhaps in other cases, using competition policy as a flex, other areas where actually the best thing that we can do is encourage greater cooperation between businesses to really drive forward initiatives that will bring on greater investment, greater innovation, and more opportunities for growth. And we've also been thinking very, very carefully about how the CMA goes about our work and the impact that that can have on the UK economy. Now, we know for the UK economy to grow, it needs to be an attractive destination for international investment. We know that the UK needs to be perceived as a great place to do business and to invest. And we know that the regulatory climate, the regulatory landscape, is an important feature of that. And our role as a competition authority is important in setting that tone. So we've been really thinking very carefully about how we, as a competition agency, go about our work and how that can affect the attractiveness of the UK as a destination for business investment and business opportunity. Now, to be absolutely clear, and I think you heard this very clearly from the Minister already this morning, this is in no sense stepping away from those fundamental priorities of promoting competition and protecting consumers. That's our mandate, that's at the heart of the work that we do. But how we go about that work, I think, can make a real difference. So we have introduced in the UK a programme of, I think, really quite ambitious change, which we've framed around what are now referred to quite commonly as our 4 Ps, 4 key principles around pace. How quickly can we deliver the outcomes that we are seeking to achieve through our work? Proportionality, are we making sure that the interventions that we design are proportionate and don't have unintended consequences? Predictability, I think, is absolutely key for business investment, for certainty for businesses. Do they know what to expect from our processes? Do they know how to engage with us? Are they clear what outcome we're seeking to achieve? And finally, process, how we are engaging with businesses, with investors, with other stakeholders to make sure that as much as possible, this is a journey that we go on together. And I think we're seeing that transformation coming through now. We've pursued a programme of change, applying this 4 Ps framework to our mergers work, to our digital markets work, our consumer protection work. It's an important part of our mandate in the UK as well. But having spent a lot of time over the last few months thinking carefully and deeply about that from a UK perspective, I am absolutely fascinated to hear the international perspective. So without further ado, we'll open up our first panel. And we're going to start with the big picture question. How can competition policy help contribute to those headline economic goals in terms of driving greater productivity, innovation, growth, or other broad economic goals that your governments are seeking to achieve? And I know there's been a huge amount of discussion, obviously, in the EU about competitiveness. We've had the Draghi report. So I wonder whether, Guillaume, we can just start with your perspective from the EU lens. How are you thinking about the role of competition policy in supporting growth and competitiveness?
Thank you, Sarah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having me and not instead of Olivier. That's I feel that this is a privilege.
There's always a competitive benefit.
So I'll try to contribute as much as I can, and I'm sure Olivier would have loved to be here today and that we aligned on the message we want to give on this very important topic. I think, as you underlined it, in the EU, but I believe in all jurisdictions, the matter of productivity and competitiveness is central in economic policies. In the EU, it's been obviously the Draghi report driving the conversations and the political agenda because of the perceived lack of or decline in productivity in many sectors. The report is more nuanced. It depends on the sectors, and the big gap is about tech and the train that you missed on tech innovation some years ago. In other sectors, actually, the picture is not as bad. That being said, I think the matter has been a central for the agenda of the European Commission, because indeed innovation, energy efficiency, sustainability, but also security and resilience are now priorities and should be well beyond the competition policy agenda. So what should be the role of competition indeed in, should it contribute? To what extent? Should it be driving the discussion? I think there are many questions that we all ask ourselves, and that indeed very important. I'll try to give you a picture on the dimensions that I see very relevant for us in steering the discussions. But I think there's one very important caveat, at least one thing that we need to flag all of us up front when we have this conversation. I think this discussion about productivity and investment is indeed very important, but it shouldn't be it shouldn't distract us from talking about price competition. That is also essential. It matters. It matters for citizens. It matters for businesses. I think Andreas referred to work, being done by the ICN on the competition in food supply chains. I think that matters not only for some jurisdictions, but for all jurisdictions. We see that in European merger control. We had important cases where we saw bottlenecks in these industries, and price competition is important. It's also important in telecoms. So I think the big trap for us is not to think that now investment is a more important priority than price competition. It all goes together, and we should balance that out. In practice, it may be difficult how to balance, short-term benefits versus long-term benefits, but that's the discussion that we should focus on. Now, I don't want to avoid the topic. I think the topic for me has three essential dimensions. It could be a very long debate, but I want to focus on 3 points. First is the issue about international competitiveness, because every jurisdiction or politicians, it's normal, are nervous about, their countries being less competitive. That's very normal. So what's the role of competition there? The second is about innovation, investment. What is the role of competition? What should we also take as a lesson in this debate? And the third issue is a bit more tricky, is about resilience and about security. Now, I don't think I want to cover, I don't have an hour, I have a few minutes. I just want to highlight maybe for the discussion on these 3 points, the big topics. On international competitiveness, I think the good news, and that's what I read in the Draghi report, is that for a very long time, there was the opposition between industrial policy and competition. Those opposing a strong competition policy were saying industrial policy needs to take priority. Well, I think the big message now is to say, well, there's no competitiveness without competition, so what you need, a real industrial policy, an efficient one, is one that is pro-competitive, so that you need to steer that industrial policy to make sure that, it's not picking the winners, it's not about national champions, and I think the Draghi report says it very explicitly. It's about making sure that you have a competitive economy and a competitive industrial policy. The second point on competitiveness is this debate about scale versus competition. And that's a very important debate, because sometimes there are some that tend to oppose competition with the need for scale in some areas. Obviously, there are several dimensions to the debate. Is it competition that drives scales? Do you become big because you are competitive, or is it the other way around? Are you big and then competitive? I tend to have the view that you become big by being competitive, so that you need that competition to be steered. But obviously that is something that is important. In the review of our guidelines in mergers, we will have this debate about the interaction between scale and competitiveness, and that will be something that will be steering the discussion. And in that sense, merger control is obviously at the center of the debate when you oppose scale and competition. And what I always try to remind everyone is that merger control is not about scale as such. We've gone away from the big is bad. You might have conglomerates and no market power. I think the issue is about market power, whatever the scale actually. Those markets where you see excessive market power, you need to intervene. That is essential. So the debate has been a bit steered in a way where you would oppose competition and scale, and we should not fall, I think, into that perception. Now, I could develop a bit more, but obviously competition is part of the wider economic policy. It's an important piece of the puzzle, but it's also one piece of the puzzle. And so, when there are discussions, for example, about market integration in Europe, we also say, well, please first remove the hurdles between our countries that are amount in fact to tariffs, if you see the IMF report, and there you can have both scale and pro-competitive scale without diminishing competition. Then very quickly, the two other topics are innovation and resilience. I don't know if I have 1 minute.
Go for it, 1 minute.
On innovation, I think just a highlight, obviously, there's the discussion, and I think also coming from the discussion from the Draghi report about how competition is driving innovation. For example, in mergers, some mergers drive innovation. We've always been vigilant. I think we welcome the fact that we now are called to look at innovation effects, even though there's more uncertainty, it's a longer time frame. Actually, I think all competition authorities have done that and have called for that dimension of competition to be taken into account. So that's good news. I think that's good news. We should take it as something where we need to be more, where we need to be proactive despite the challenges. And there's obviously the debate, which is the other side of the coin, the innovation defense, the efficiency defense, and that's something we will engage into. And third, but that's also an important part, is the debate about resilience. Here again, is competition a problem for the resilience? We believe that not. I think resilience is inherent to competition. You are more resilient if you have various sources of input and supplies. You're more resilient if your companies are competitive because they are used to compete at home and to adapt and innovate. So I think there's that debate whether it should be an additional benchmark for competition assessment. I think that's something we will need to tackle, but we should see that we have a good story to tell about also this priority that goes beyond competition, but where competition can contribute. And I think I will stop there because I've been too long already.
No, that's perfect. I think you're already well demonstrating how we could actually devote an entire conference simply to this topic, and I'm sure we will return to it. But I think super helpful sketching out those different interactions and just the richness and the complexity of these issues. They're not simple and straightforward ones, but I think absolutely ones we can have a really good discussion about. Andreas, from your perspective, how do you see competition policy contributing to those broader economic goals?
Thank you, Sarah. First of all, I would like to mention, I think, in a way, this debate is going into a somewhat wrong direction. Because if you read about Europe and Germany, what do we need to improve the economic framework in order to do better? What do you read about? Do you read much about competition policy in Europe to improve the economic framework? No. If you look at Germany, we need a corporate tax reform, desperately. We read about bureaucracy, that bureaucracy is overwhelming, cannot be handled anymore by companies in certain sectors that is strangling the industry in a certain way. You read about energy prices. Investment, long-term investment needs reliable and long-term cheap energy. This is what you read about. You read about education. We need well-educated workers. We need well-educated employees, but you do not read very much about competition policy. You read about infrastructure. In Germany, you read a lot about infrastructure. Digital infrastructure on the one side, physical infrastructure on the other side. We have not invested enough in our physical infrastructure. We have bridges that are barred for the time being, which cannot be crossed by heavy trucks anymore. So, and then we talk a little bit about competition policy. Of course, this does not mean that we as competition agencies or competition policy cannot contribute to growth. But what I think is, at first point, most important is consequent enforcement. And I think by doing this, we best contribute to growth and competitiveness. We have gone through some phases of structural change. We have gone through some phases of crisis. Think of COVID, think of the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, think of the financial crisis. And during all this time, we have always made clear, also within the ICN, that competition is part of the solution. It is definitely not a part of the problem. And in a way, we have managed to carry competition through all these crises very successfully. For Europe, you can read this in the recent EU report, Protecting Competition in a Changing World. And we see here that in Europe, we have, not by far, but we have much less concentrated markets in Europe than we have in the US, which, by the way, I think is very good. I also echo what Loriot has said about the size of companies. We are not against European champions. I think we need European champions. They are very important. They are clusters of skills, of investment, and all of this. And I never ever saw that competition agencies stand in the way of national champions, but competition fosters them. Champions do not grow because they receive subsidies, but they don't grow on the basis of state intervention. They grow because they are competitive, because they do better than their competitors. Last but not least, how can we contribute in practice? I think we can contribute to swift investment because investors like reliable and predictable authorities. So besides consequent enforcement, to uphold competition principles and keep markets open, we can contribute through transparent, reliable, predictable and fast enforcement. Just to give you an example, in Germany, a first phase case on average takes 21 days. Investors like that. You know, they give us a phone. How long does it take? We say if it's easy, it's not longer definitely than a month, but we can do it quicker. Sometimes if you urgently need a decision, you get a decision within a week. Sometimes you even get it within 3 days. That happens if we see immediately that there's nothing behind these mergers. And I think this is what matters very much for investment, that you have a reliable authority and that you have a transparent authority that gives you predictability and legal certainty. And by the way, I echo everything that Loriot has said here, Guillaume has said here. This is what matters, and as I said, swift enforcement, consequent enforcement is the best thing we can do. So in a nutshell, we have done our homework until today, and I expect now others to do their homework. But of course, to take care for infrastructure, education, all these things, that is hard to do. And it's much harder than just to do a little bit change in the area of merger control and relax merger regulation, but this is not the way forward.
Thanks, Andreas. And it's really interesting. I think we're all sort of grappling at the moment as antitrust agencies. What is our role in those broader debates? You know, is enforcement the priority? It's absolutely a key part of it. Do we have a responsibility also to shape that wider discussion? When you call out infrastructure, I think it is a great example of an area which I'm sure across many economies there is a need for greater investment. What is the role for the competition agency in helping to shape some of those markets as a priority sector that we've been thinking about in the UK? And I know in Mexico you've been thinking quite a bit about those strategic priorities, how to play that sort of advocacy role, that enforcement role. Perhaps, Andrea, if you can give us a bit more of your perspective and your thinking in that space.
Yes, thank you, Sarah. Good morning to everyone. And actually this is a topic that actually you and I have been discussing recurrently. I must say, I agree with Andreas. I think our role as competition agency is to have swift, fast, and very strategic enforcement, but I think we are also missing a piece or an important piece of the puzzle, which, as you just mentioned, is advocacy. Our role as competition agencies regarding advocacy, I think, can be key to see the big picture, to see how our government's industrial policy or our government's priorities have to work along, or they can make them see competition as an ally. Competition, as we were just mentioning, at its core, it's a public policy. But this public policy has to adapt and has to remain relevant in a changing economy and a changing world. And I think this also echoes what Andreas was just mentioning. I'm going to try and give a few examples of something that we've done to be a little bit more concrete that we've been working in COFECE. For example, our government has set one of its priorities to have more regional development, to develop certain regions where productivity thrives and to help the local economies grow. So what have we been doing in that aspect? Part of that aspect is usually accompanied by port development and more competition in ports. So we have been advising governments on port tenders in how to design competitive port tenders. Another example, which this is very interesting because it aligns business priorities and the government's priorities. Something I've mentioned earlier in these forums is the Mexican economy is different from European economies because more than 50% of our economies are informal economies. So there is a strong necessity to help formalize businesses, to help medium and small enterprises gain access to credit. So one of the initiatives that we are currently working with the business community, which actually, again, this is something that came from the business community, but aligns perfectly with the government's priorities, and it is competition, but I would say competition maybe on a broader sense, is what are the obstacles in our regulation that are impeding or making more complicated to become a formal business. So what we did is we analyzed a huge amount, I don't know the exact number, but a huge amount of federal and local regulation to see where are these barriers and where are there maybe double or triple or I don't know, so many permits and governmental barriers that are impeding businesses to make it easier for them to become a formal business. We are in the final stage of doing this work. We have been working with, as I mentioned, the business community, but also with the government, and there has been a lot of interest related to this initiative. And then also to give, I think, another quick example, also related to regional development, something that we've done as an advocacy tool and has been resulted very successful, I would say, is an initiative to bring competition to the local governments and to state governments. So we have been working particularly with different states in Mexico to see what their competition needs are, how is what are the competition issues that they are facing in each state within Mexico, and working on plans that go together with the business community, the academic community, and the state governments in order to help them face these challenges. So although I completely agree with Andreas that I think our main job is definitely fast, predictable, and enforcement, I do think that advocacy is also a key piece of the puzzle.
Thanks, Andrea. It's really interesting, isn't it? I think it's a very common theme at the moment across so many jurisdictions. How can we play our part as competition agencies in helping government look at the wider regulatory landscape and sort of unlocking those barriers to innovation and growth as well? I think public procurement is another theme. I know we've got a session later this week where it's a really interesting example of an area where you can have hardcore competition problems and enforcement to address those, but also opportunities to really unlock. We've been looking a lot at what we call our sort of horizontal enablers that can really accelerate growth opportunities. Doris, from a South African perspective, how are you working with broader government policy to achieve some of those wider social and policy objectives, and the role that competition policy and enforcement has to play in that?
Good morning, Sarah, and just thank you for inviting me to be here. It's absolutely lovely to be here, and congratulations on this beautiful conference together with the program. I think it's quite wonderful. And I think this conversation we're having to have it in South Africa, and I think globally most competition authorities are being asked. And I think as governments increasingly are focusing on industrial investment policy to boost growth and competitiveness, given the current economic environment, there is pressure on all of us and all parts of government, for that matter, to contribute to an effort to economic growth, and this happens, as I say, it's because of the current economic environment. Because generally in high growth, we're not having these conversations. We are allowed to move along. But I think, in my view, competitive markets are essential to the industrialization and competitiveness agenda, and agencies are having to make this case. And we're finding in South Africa that this is something we're being asked more and more, to remind governments that for you to have this agenda of industrialization and competitiveness, you do require competition and competitive markets, and that's a role we can play. As most of you are aware, the OECD released a report in 2024 on a pro-competitive industrial policy, and this is founded on academic work showing that successful industrial policy is where competition is supported, as this enhances competitiveness through productivity growth. And the Drudge report that everyone has been talking about cites similar research. So to be responsive to this agenda, I think competition enforcement needs to be more focused on the targeted industrial sectors, on rapidly, and I think everyone has raised this, rapidly removing barriers to entry and expansion to boost investment and innovation, and advocating for pro-competitive industrial policy or broader reforms. And I think for us in South Africa, we've recognized that agencies as an agency, we need to be operating a little differently to how we have been in order to remain relevant. And 3 issues for me will come about. We've had the need to be more focused on pro-competitive interventions and be forward-looking to look at new sectors to ensure that they are shaped more pro-competitively, and this includes removal of regulatory barriers to businesses. And here I think the next one is agility, and I think this was discussed. Agencies will need to be more focused and respond more rapidly to remain relevant in a more dynamic technological and global economy. And third, I think agencies, we're finding this more and more, and you raised this earlier, Sarah, that we need to be working far more closely and collaboratively with other parts of government to ensure that all the tools that are available that we can use to achieve similar objectives, and that what would be our role there. And so aside from these prioritization, obviously, and agility points, there are ways to incorporate, and South Africa has been a case in point here, to incorporate broader economic goals into competition law more formally. And we've seen this in our country where while we refer to this more broadly as public interest provisions, they mostly speak to broader economic objectives and can explicitly be included in decision making, as we've seen in our law. For instance, in South Africa, as you mostly know, we have included in major control consideration the ability of national industries to compete in international markets and the development of a particular sector or region in a major control, and this is in the law. In other African countries have similar developmental objectives in their laws. We also in South Africa have provision around participation and expansion of small and medium enterprises, which we see as essential for developing a more dynamic and innovative market through ensuring a healthy ecosystem for firm entry and expansion. In my view, just lastly to say, this formal inclusion allows for a more evidence-based approach with clear and transparent principles set out in competition law rather than through some lobbying of politicians in that way, and that is how we are doing it in South Africa. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you, Doris. There is so much I think that we could easily explore further along these themes, because I think that whole theme of how you integrate or don't the consideration of sort of pure competition factors with broader policy goals, as you say, that's to ensure that that's done in a way that is clear and is predictable, but enables us as competition authorities to take account of that wider set of factors where it's relevant, or for the government to be able to do that or work alongside us to do that. And I think that is just a theme, certainly from a UK perspective, that we're seeing increasing prominence and relevance, and one that I think as an international community it's really helpful for us to learn from one another, because there are a number of slightly different approaches. And I think it goes back, Guillaume, to a lot of your themes around, sometimes this isn't as binary as big is bad, or competition at all costs. It's about making sure that you've got the right competitive foundations that can build that capability, can build those regional opportunities, those national opportunities, can develop scale. Scale isn't a problem per se for competition, but it needs to be developed in a marketplace where there's still enough competitive pressure to bring those benefits through to customers and businesses. We've got about 10 minutes or so left, so what I might do is just do another tour around, and perhaps we've talked at that broader level around the role of competition policy working alongside wider government and social objectives, but perhaps if you can just give us a couple of examples in your different jurisdictions, either of a specific piece of work that you've been prioritising recently that gives us a good illustration of that. I know, for example, in South Africa and Mexico, as in the UK, we use our markets tools quite a bit in this space alongside formal enforcement work, but also perhaps unpack a little bit some more of those examples about how you might have been thinking about how we go about our work. We've talked, all of us, I think, a lot about greater pace, greater predictability. What concretely and tangibly you think about doing differently to achieve that? And maybe Doris, if we can start with you.
Thank you, Sarah. I think, as I said, we have reprioritized our work in South Africa. First, we are collaborating across government to use our tools alongside other government efforts to rapidly unblock barriers to growth and industrialization and to reduce cost of living. And I know you spoke about this earlier in your introduction. We have been using block exemptions to allow pro-growth collaboration among business on fixing, as most of you would know, we've had a significant energy crisis in South Africa. We've used block exemption as a mechanism to deal with this, with energy availability in the country. We've used block exemption also in relation to infrastructure, to logistics barriers in the economy. We are planning on another block exemption to facilitate export infrastructure and market intelligence collaboration among businesses. The other issue that we're doing, and it's an advocacy work, it's on cost of living. We are collaborating with the Department of Agriculture on essential foods. As you know, the cost of living has meant that essential food, particularly for the poor, has been almost unaffordable. We are collaborating also on cost of living with the Department of Communication on digital infrastructure and costs of telcos, and you've dealt with that a little earlier. And the next other collaboration is with the Department of Health on health care costs in South Africa, and this we're using under the banner of cost of living and through advocacy work that we are doing. Second, we are looking at ways to be more agile, to fast-track investigation and deliver outcomes quicker. We have proposed to the government an increase in measure threshold to avoid holding up smaller measures that typically raises limited issues, and have committed to fast-tracking investigations, particularly those that may bring about foreign direct investment into the country. We've also been looking at substantially reducing timelines for conduct cases that remove barriers to entry in the country. We are also looking, particularly in digital markets, at using market inquiries to look at those, because for us it takes longer in dealing with enforcement cases. We are faced with issues of jurisdiction by these larger tech firms, so we use market inquiries as a mechanism to try and deal with those issues. So those are the three areas in our mind where we're trying to use this to try and look at how we can collaborate more broadly in dealing with broader economic policies. Thank you, Sarah.
Doris, thank you. And Andrea, how about your experience in Mexico?
Yes, thank you. I think I would like to make, I would say, two very fast points. So first of all, we are focusing, as Doris just mentioned, in areas that I prioritize, or sectors that are priority. So we are doing ongoing on an enforcement side. We do have ongoing scrutiny on agri-food sector. So we do have market investigations. We have an ongoing market investigation that is very focused on agri-food sector. Also, we are constantly monitoring the financial sector. We conducted a market investigation related to card payment systems. In there, we not only ordered some remedies to the businesses in order to ensure that there's governance and that the risks of any collusion or abuse of dominance are eliminated, but we mainly focused on the regulatory barriers and the regulatory problems that are that rise due to a regulation that was designed decades ago, and it's not responding to the reality. So right now we are working very closely with the financial regulators and with the Ministry of Finance in order to implement these to change these regulations and to modernize it in order to help thrive more financial inclusiveness. And then a third sector that we're focusing is also in logistic-related sectors. So these are very transversal sectors, such as railroads and land transportation. We currently have we have two market investigations. One is related to freight railroad transportation, and we also have another market investigation which is related to to passenger transportation. And in these two also investigations, the regulators have been key in order to provide us key information, key data, and et cetera, in order to analyze and find some of our findings. I would just like to close with, I think, a broader perspective. So what can we do, or what are the results? There's a recent study that was conducted by the World Bank, which found that COFECE has investigated about 40% of all industries in Mexico. And what's interesting is this study has found that there has been a 3% increase in wages and also an increase in job creation in these interventions. So I think that's when you make the benefits of our intervention or enforcement much more tangible. Also, the study concludes that there has been a notable boost in productivity with increases in output and sales, largely driven by the elimination of anti-competitive practices. I think that's where you can see how these interventions have to be strategic, but how enforcement, and this is again seconding what Andreas has been saying, how enforcement can actually make change an industry or contribute into more productivity, more innovation, better wages, better jobs, etc. Thank you.
It's so important. I know, again, at the CMA, we've been thinking a lot about how do we measure the impact of our work. I'm sure, again, that's another really rich common theme for a future discussion, because as we were talking earlier, at the end of the day, as competition authorities, we serve an end purpose, which is to contribute better market outcomes in our various economies. And how do we measure that impact, I think, is so prescient for us at the moment. Andreas, I know we've heard a lot about the importance of continuing with that mainstay, that focus on enforcement, but are there other areas which the Bundeskartellamt has been prioritizing with this sort of broader lens of the benefits of trying to drive growth and investment productivity?
Yeah, I mean, the Bundeskartellamt does not so much put sectoral priorities. We have never been known for that. What we try is that we get a good mix of applying traditional tools and new tools that we have received in recent years. One traditional tool that we really try to apply as much as possible is cartel enforcement. I mean, nobody talks about cartel enforcement these days anymore. There is no conference where you have any plenary session about cartel enforcement, but I think it still is extremely important, because it is at the heart of the legitimacy of our work, and it remains a betrayal to consumers and others. So we try to keep that up as successful as possible, and I think we get some good success here. Second point, I think what is more needed than ever is merger control. Merger control is so important because we see these highly concentrated markets, and because we see all these strategies, new strategies that are so hard to tackle with traditional merger control regulation. Most of the regimes are turnover oriented. We see in many markets that we do not catch the mergers that we should, maybe to a certain extent. We see killer acquisitions, we see acqui-hire, we see all of this. By the way, not only in digital markets, we also see that in pharma markets. We see that at least in Germany in the event industry. We see it in advertising. So to find a good solution for this, we in Germany thought it might be the transactive value threshold. I'm not so sure today if I look at what the courts made out of the transaction value threshold. So we must look at this. I envy you, by the way, a little bit for your call-in system sometimes. I think maybe this is kind of a better way forward. I also mentioned new tools. We make use, of course, and that is maybe a strategic decision of Section 19A with regard to digital markets. I think there still remains a lot to do in very close cooperation with the European Commission. Not only there, by the way, also with our sister authorities within Europe. I think that is kind of a joint approach that we are taking in Europe to get our work done on these digital markets. So if you want, that was a decision, a strategic decision to look very closely at these kind of markets. But last not least, we also, I think we're the only competition agency within the EU that has this new competition tool. The new competition tool is about reinstalling competition in industries where you have no infringement of competition law maybe, but where you see that competition is dampened, hampered by the structure of the market, by other areas, and then by other measures, and then we can take up all measures, all instruments in order to reinstall competition here. We have introduced our first case in this area. It's on the fuel wholesale market, a very important market, goes also always to the heart of the consumers, fuel prices. So that was also in a way a strategic decision that we tried to apply this new competition tool and see what we might be able to do in this market. And maybe two other points, just to mention them quickly. Advocacy, I fully agree, Andrea, is more important than ever in this debate about growth competitiveness. All of this, I think, this really matters. And maybe to conclude, one point that really goes to my heart is to avoid, and that is also part of the advocacy strategy, a future politicization of competition law. Personally, I do not believe that it is a good idea that competition agencies look at something else than competition, because this is our turf. This is what we know how to do. And there are many other areas that in the very end are political decisions, and they should not be moved to competition agencies, because that also might go to the detriment of our independence if you mingle with that. And in most cases, to be frank, that is the experience in Germany. It was not very good to put competition aside and take a political decision. You know, we have these ministerial authorizations in Germany, and if you look at them one by one, to put it with your queen, your former queen, it will be very difficult to find a good case where competition has been overruled and where you have seen in a merger a decision by the ministry based on other political reasoning than competition. The result you wanted to achieve never turned out. And so I think that is very important, because we live in this politicized world now, and to get this away from our decision-making process, from our decisions, to me that is of utmost importance.
Thanks, Andreas. And it's certainly super helpful, I think, to have the clarity about where the responsibility sits in different jurisdictions. I think it operates in slightly different ways, but I think the critical feature is that clarity of who takes which decisions on what basis. But Guillaume, perhaps a couple of just final reflections from you from an EU perspective. I think any sort of particular initiatives that you're focusing on, areas of review, and also I think perhaps a reflection from the European Commission in terms of the role of cooperation amongst different agencies in focusing on some of these issues.
So maybe on your first question about, you know, what are the areas of work where we see our contribution on this debate. And obviously you have, I mean, there are four points that I just want to mention. First, there's a specificity in the EU, obviously, that our commissioner, who has a broad portfolio, is also in charge of state aid control. And state aid control has been instrumental in the debate now about, you know, energy autonomy, energy affordability, sustainability. All of that goes together with competitiveness, and that's a good thing. and to steer that debate and to, steer public investment in a way that is pro-competitive. Her role in, in the clean industrial deal, in having, state aid control steered in a way that is pro-competitive is one very important part of our work. I know it's specific, it's beyond like the ICN remit, but that is the reality as far as we're concerned. The second point is a point that Andreas mentioned, is a good illustration of how competition can inform pro-competitive regulation or pro-competitive new tools. We had this experience in other network industries. When I hear about the DMA, there are other areas where competition has informed pro-competitive regulation, energy, regulations, telecom regulations, to name just a few, and obviously the DMA, which is also a very important illustration of how, facts-based and evidence can inform a form of regulation, asymmetric regulation, but regulation. Third point is antitrust. We are, under a review of our Regulation 1, and we have in mind, the need for antitrust, which is, I think, more relevant than ever, because it's a way to detect new issues that are not covered by regulations or new tools. And we want to make that even more agile, more adapted to the realities, to have due process, which is essential, and the specificity and strength of competition enforcement, but also has to be adapted to the need for speed and agility. The fourth one is merger control. Very important debate indeed on how merger control should adapt, but within which limits. We will be launching a review of our merger guidelines, not only the horizontal merger guidelines, but the vertical ones. It will be a very important debate on many counts, including those we've been discussing today, but in particular on the role of innovation in many respects, not only tech, digital tech, but clean tech, green tech, which are essentials for our economies and for our competitiveness. It is not only, but it is also a debate about sustainability, but it's a debate about how we can make our economies more competitive, more resilient, and more affordable. So that's also part of the discussion, but within the boundaries of what merger control should deal with. And that will be a very, extensive debate. And I think the last point, which is really relevant, obviously, for us today, and that's the second part of your question, what do we see as very important? I think more than ever, cooperation is fundamental. We have, as competition authorities, a very fundamental advantage that we sometimes forget. We do investigations, we know markets. We need to take that information and inform, decision makers on what the realities are. And that is our strength. And I think when this morning you mentioned the role of the ICN, we learn from each other. Not only that, we have papers, we have topics on various relevant issues, but we also take ownership all together of these stories, and I think that makes us very influential, especially in those debates where there is pressure from all parts. We have the example of the ECN, which is obviously a very special animal because we all apply the same law, and we all take ownership, Commission, national authorities, of EU law, and that makes us very strong. And I think that's a very good example on how cooperation is in fact the way forward when you have cross-cutting issues being raised by decision makers. Fine, but we need to address them, at least have a mutual understanding on what we should be doing, what we should be enforcing, and to tell the decision makers that actually other jurisdictions also do that. And that is our fundamental strength, and I think that's why the ICN is so relevant as well.
Thank you, Guillaume. What a great note to end on. And I think this has been a fascinating conversation and actually really enlightening for me. As I said at the very outset, we've been thinking a lot about this from a UK perspective, but it's so interesting to hear so much commonality in terms of the ways different jurisdictions are thinking about similar issues and those opportunities to really learn from one another and cooperate going forward as we tackle these challenges together. So I'm sure will continue to be a rich discussion for the ICN going forward. In the spirit of pace and agility, I will say that we have now time for a very short coffee break. which is, I think, back down on the lower floor. So please be at your most agile and your most dynamic and your most forward-looking, because we have an excellent panel discussion that is starting in just over 10 minutes. Please be back here for 10:40. Race your way to the coffee and the pastries. And thank you very much to the panel members for this first panel discussion.
We're going to restart in a moment. If I could just encourage you to take your seats, please.
Originally, we were going to put down a whole other floor to get to the team coffee, so...
Okay, let's take seats fairly rapidly, please, so we can get going. Thank you. Okay, I think we'll make a start. Welcome back, everyone, from the break. I hope you're all suitably caffeinated, and that's offsetting the jet lag for those of you who've come further. I'm going to welcome my panel up onto the stage, and to the panel entitled Global Update on Competition in Digital Markets. My name's Will Hayter, and as the person responsible for digital markets at the CMA, as you'd expect, I'm very pleased to be moderating this panel, where it's a great privilege to have on the panel some of the most thoughtful competition authority leaders on these markets, from jurisdictions that have completed or have in progress a fascinating range of enforcement activity, exploratory studies, and in some cases legislative change as well. So just to introduce the panel briefly, we have Gina Cass-Gottlieb, Chairperson of the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission, Ravneet Kaur, Chairperson of the Competition Commission of India, Reiko Aoki, Commissioner at the Japan Fair Trade Commission, and Benoit Cœuré, President of the French Competition Authority. So I'm just going to take my seat. So over the next 45 minutes or so, I'm going to give each of the panel members an opportunity to provide updates on digital competition activity in their jurisdiction, and then we'll have a bit of a discussion at the end on some of the key cross-cutting themes. And I think we can expect to hear insights on cloud and AI, enforcement in the search, mobile and social media sectors, and much more. And those themes are also reflected in the work of the CMA. Our cloud market investigation is approaching completion. The independent group there is due to produce its final report by the summer. A separate independent group finished an investigation into mobile browsers and cloud gaming and found competition concerns in relation to mobile browsers. And we're thinking about how those concerns can best be addressed through the new digital markets competition regime. That new framework commenced in January as part of the Digital Markets Competition and Consumers Act, which the Minister mentioned earlier. This is a new targeted, proportionate and participative tool to support positive outcomes in the UK digital sector and beyond. And in January we launched Strategic Market Status, or SMS, designation investigations into Google's general search and search advertising business and into both Google's and Apple's mobile ecosystems, spanning operating systems, browsers and app distribution. Now, underpinning our work in digital markets, just as elsewhere in the CMA, and particularly through this new regime, is the CMA's 4 Ps framework that you heard Sarah talk about earlier. As a reminder, pace, predictability, proportionality, and process. And we know that the government's growth mission is vital for the UK, and the digital markets framework has an important role to play in enhancing business and investor confidence as part of that. Many aspects of those 4 Ps are very much baked into the highly bespoke digital markets competition regime. It was already designed to spur growth, but we're now going even further, aiming for an efficient process focused on positive outcomes for UK businesses and consumers and avoiding unnecessary burdens on businesses, deeper collaboration with stakeholders to inform our priority areas of work, and more transparency about the work we are doing and why. We actually published a document last week setting out explicitly how we would apply this framework through the digital markets competition regime, through measures including streamlining our approach to investigations, prioritizing interventions which strongly support business investment and economic growth, and taking a go-to-you approach to engaging businesses to make connections in a way that is quick and easy and as informal as possible. We're also, as part of this 4 Ps work, working quickly to progress thinking on potential remedies, subject, of course, to any SMS decisions. And we'll be publishing roadmaps for potential interventions in search and mobile in June and July respectively, which will give further clarity on how we might prioritize action in relation to the relevant firms over the following months and years. Finally, alongside kicking off the new framework, we have other work continuing in key sectors. One example is our engagement with Google over its Privacy Sandbox initiative during the last 4 years. If Google had removed third-party cookies from its Chrome browser, then competitors could have been unfairly shut out of digital advertising, which is why we stepped in and Google gave commitments in 2022 to address our concerns. Last month, Google actually announced a change of plans and is no longer rolling out a planned new prompt to either maintain or restrict third-party cookies, just illustrating that these are dynamic markets and we can expect companies to change their plans over time, which makes ongoing dialogue and the participative approach that we've been attempting to pilot particularly beneficial. Briefly, finally, to support our work in the digital competition space, we are also continuing to work closely with other digital authorities in the UK through the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, currently chaired by our CEO, Sarah. Through the DRCF, we collaborate and innovate to support the UK government in delivering its policy objectives, thinking about productivity and economic growth across our work. And I think particularly in these markets, we'd recognise the real importance of learning from one another across international boundaries. Of course, the details will vary between national markets, and we all have to act based on the specifics of our individual markets. But many of the structural features, and indeed some of the conduct, can be similar across borders. So discussions like this have a particularly important part to play in supporting that process of learning from one another. So with that in mind, I'm going to pass to each of the panelists in turn. And to start with Gina, the ACCC has produced a series of really impressive reports on digital platforms, which puts you in a great position, I think, to set the scene with some thoughts on emerging services and technology, broader market trends, regulatory coherence, and also legislation that is currently in front of the Australian Parliament.
Thank you very much, Will, and thank you to the CMA for extending the invitation to me to participate. it's a real pleasure to be here with my panellist colleagues to participate in this discussion. As Will has noted, I'm going to look at our agency's views at the really significant importance of continued monitoring and also the potential for regulatory reform to promote competition in digital markets to advantage businesses both within Australia and globally, and also the consumer interests. And we see really significant importance in the value of regulatory cooperation. One of the reasons for this, as Will indeed noted, is how dynamic and rapid change that occurs in digital services and technologies. Perhaps one outstanding example is the rapid growth of generative AI. I had the pleasure of participating in part of the ICN Technologists Forum yesterday, looking at the significance also of the capacity of AI to assist agencies, in fact, in enhancing and accelerating our work. We all also, of course, have been looking closely at the question of what are potential competition questions that may be posed by this significant growth and development. What this chart is showing is the higher level of vertical integration and, in fact, horizontal presence across the whole AI stack and value chain, and that we are all aware that large digital firms are integrating generative AI into products and services that we're using every day, either for work and or personally. What you can see in the chart is that Google, Microsoft and Amazon are integrated at 5 levels of the AI stack, from infrastructure, so looking at the AI accelerated chips and cloud services, for example. I'm not sure it's quite okay. Thank you. That helps me see which side of that it needs to be on. So if we now look across, we see Google, Microsoft and Amazon are vertically integrated at 5 levels of the AI stack, across from left to right on the slide that you're looking at, from the infrastructure elements, inputs into the stack, through to AI models and platforms, and then to developing applications using AI technologies. Other firms such as NVIDIA and IBM strongly positioned at some levels, not present at every level. We have found very telling and valuable the early work that the CMA did in the 2 reports in 23 and 24. Last year, the very informative opinion published by the ADLC in France, concluding its generative AI study, highlighting competition issues in this space. And we are also looking forward to the CCI's forthcoming AI market study. The services and technologies are continually changing. There is significant investment approaching trillions of dollars occurring amongst the largest players in these sectors. It poses challenges for regulators, for example, where the time horizons for market studies, which is one of the ways that we seek to become aware of what is occurring and what the developments are, that when they are long, the terms of reference also are often fixed to certain issues when the scope is continually changing. It's critical that regulators have the tools and expertise to continue monitoring emerging technologies and their effects on markets. The second point that we have found, and that is shown, I hope, on this next slide, is that digital services we've previously examined. So as Will said, the ACCC started looking at the areas of these key markets from 2017 with the first report in 2019, and then a series of 10, soon we will be publishing our 10th and final Digital Platform Services Inquiry report. This is looking at structures in relation to online marketplaces available in Australia. The graphic shows that there has been a rapid growth by Temu, also Cheyenne is present there, since 2023. So we did our report on this in 2022. At that stage, the 2 Australian online marketplaces, Catch and Kogan, which you will see are at the bottom of that slide, had a more significant presence. There has been an announcement by Catch, which is a digital marketplace of one of our large bricks and mortar retailers. It has announced it plans to exit the market at the end of April. So we have a steady growth of Amazon, we have the continued presence of eBay, and we have the recent entry and rapid takeoff of Temu with its discount services. So if we are not watching and having ongoing monitoring, we will miss changes in these rapidly changing markets, even amongst services that we think we have a relatively high degree of knowledge about. For all these reasons, the ACCC remains of the view that it is important to be able to address harm is that there be targeted and effective reforms that can work alongside traditional antitrust tools and enforcement. We are interested here to be able to foster and allow competition and contestability to drive innovation by firms of all sizes and firms originating in many jurisdictions across the world. This includes supporting the fair treatment of startups and little tech firms, often both depend on and compete with major digital platforms and can disrupt and really change and offer more choice for consumers and for businesses that are using these services. We also want to thereby encourage the competitive constraint that really drives innovation and the threat of entry and expansion that provides the incentives for such innovation by large existing incumbent firms. This chart is one that I hope you can see both axes. It is a charting that we have done of the increase in consumers choosing to download third-party browsers in Europe over a period when there has been greater requirement for there to be mechanisms such as browser choice screens that make consumers aware of options other than the default. What you can see here is increased downloads of not only Google Chrome on iOS devices, where Safari is the default, but also Microsoft Edge, as well as smaller competitors such as Firefox, Brave, and DuckDuckGo. We are using this as an example of showing where a requirement for choice, as distinct from mandating particular outcomes, can enable greater choice, greater provision of competition and the developments that can flow from that. Will did refer to the status of regulatory reform in Australia. We have only this past Saturday had an election. It has produced a return of the preceding government, but we are not yet aware of the priorities it will take forward, and it will be its decision as to whether to introduce legislation in a form of digital competition reform. In 2022, the ACCC did recommend that there be such a reform and recommended it in a report to government. It was heavily informed by a range of work in jurisdictions across the world. It is clear that not only have jurisdictions across the world been working on the question of such digital competition reform in conjunction with antitrust, but also that many jurisdictions, including those thinking about reform and having made those legislative reforms, are engaging in significant antitrust enforcement. In December 23, our government provided in principle support for the recommendations. From December 2024 till February this year, the Australian Treasury consulted on a model to apply new rules which would provide for designation of specified large platforms of significance to the Australian economy, and once designated that there would be an obligation to comply with a small set of broad obligations with further clarity provided through service-specific targeted obligations in codes. We will continue to work closely with Treasury and we'll await decisions by government at a policy level. Finally, cooperation amongst regulators, as Will has just said is critical. We have that both domestically, in parallel to the DRCF that is here in the UK, with our E-Safety Commission, our communications regulator. And in this way, we are able to address issues which abut each other in this complex area of digital platform regulation. In addition, we really value the ICN, OECD, the ability to engage in multilateral forums, and that includes the International Network for Digital Regulation cooperation between such DP-Reg cooperative forums, and also a new network, PINSA, the Pacific Island Network of Competition, Consumer and Economic Regulators, which had its inaugural meeting last year. These platforms do enable each of us together, and we particularly value this, to continue to cooperate, to look at both enforcement, at the consideration of legislative initiatives, and also to just share what we are seeing and what the questions are. And this panel is a great way to do so. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gina. As you say, lots and lots of common themes and thoughts, and certainly in particular would echo the idea of wanting to see competition fairly from firms of all sizes, big and small, and the opportunity that more effective action can allow for that. Turning next to Japan, and Reiko-san, I know there's a lot that the audience would like to hear from you on the Mobile Software Competition Act and the guidelines that you're working on at the moment, and I think you also have cases on marketplaces and also an AI and cloud market study. So over to you.
Sure. Thank you. Well, and I'd like to second Gina's appreciation to the CMA and then get on what I'd like to share about what the SDC has been up to. Our priority in recent years have been addressing digital markets. Like many other countries, Japan has experienced rapid social and economic changes. And with digitalization advancing with increased speed, we need to tackle competition challenges in this area. To begin with, as Will mentioned, I'd like to talk about the Mobile Software Competition Act, which introduces ex-ante regulations for certain smartphone software. The JFTC submitted this bill to the National Diet in April last year. It passed with overwhelming parliamentary approval in June and is set to fully be enforced by December 18th this year. The JFTC has rigorously conducted investigation and enforced Japan's main antitrust law, Anti-Monopoly Act, the AMA, in digital markets. But as with many competition authorities experience, it takes remarkably long time, often several years, to prove anti-competitive activities. So this has posed a problem for us in this rapidly evolving market, and this is the background why, after extensive cross-ministerial market study, found that key software for smartphones systematically lacked competition with no hope for self-correction in the market. And to address this situation, the Mobile Software Competition Act does the following. One, it designates providers who offer specified software and conduct business exceeding a certain scale. And two, prohibits these designated providers from engaging in certain activities that restrict competition. And on March 31st, we announced the designation of the regulated providers under the Act, which are currently Google and Apple. The Mobile Software Competition Act was developed through several years of initiative led by the Cabinet Secretariat of Japan, along with comprehensive market study by the JFTC. It is carefully designed to focus on specific digital areas, limiting its scope to operating systems, application stores, browsers, and search engines on smartphones. The Act clearly defines prohibited acts and compliance obligations while adopting a balanced framework that emphasizes continuous and clear communication with the designated providers. Since before the enactment of the Act, and throughout the ongoing preparation for this implementation, we have been engaged in continuous dialogue with various stakeholders, not only with the designated providers, but also with the relevant third parties like software developers that rely on these important platforms. And this also, the ongoing consultation covers the guidelines that Will just mentioned, which is still in the process of preparation. And unfortunately, we have not made it public yet. But when it is made public, it will be in English. There will be an English version available. Before we make it official, we'll be soliciting feedback from the public as well as the stakeholders. So I hope you'll definitely take a look when it happens. And as I'd like to move on to the enforcement in digital markets, we have recently been engaged in 2 investigations on Google. For the first case, which we just completed the investigation this April, and this is our first case in which JFTC issued cease and desist order against big tech. Google has been preventing search functions of other general search service providers from being implemented on Android smartphones by concluding agreements, including the following 2 requirements with the manufacturers of Android smartphone, a mobile network operator. 1, requiring pre-installation and prime placement of Google Search and Chrome in conjunction with Google Play, and 2, requiring to exclude rival search service as condition for sharing advertising revenue. In this case, JFTC issued a cease and desist order against Google. This includes the following 3 points: ceasing the violation that I just explained, 2, prohibition and the same kind of violation in the future, such as prohibiting from requiring pre-installation and prime placement of search and browser apps in conjunction with the license of Google Play, prohibiting from requiring of exclusion of rival search services as conditions for providing money, and independent third-party monitoring of the implementation of the measures, and independent party report to the JFTC on the status of the implementation of the measure for 5 years. The JFT designed the remedies to restore sufficient competition in the Android smart market, paying attention to and studying from similar investigation conducted by other competition authorities. The second case against Google was completed April last year. The focus was the provision of Google's technologies for search engines and search advertising. Google once reached an agreement to provide Yahoo, a popular portal site operator in Japan, with the search technologies. And they do have some significant share in the Japanese market. However, Google amended the contract and restricted the use of the technology necessary for providing mobile-related search engines and search advertising. This made it difficult for Yahoo to continue to do business. In this case, the JFTC approved the commitment plan submitted by Google, and this includes ceasing the conduct, and it was expected to help to swiftly recover the competition in the relevant markets. As for the ongoing case initiated last November regarding Amazon's marketplace, the JFTC is actively utilizing opinions and information from market participants. This is with regard to Amazon requiring firms to charge a competitive price and also to use their fulfillment by Amazon service in order to have a advantageous placement on their search page, on their page. Finally, the FTC launched its market study on generative AI in October last year, recognized both the competition-enhancing potential of innovations driven by generative AI and potential competitive risks it poses. The JFTC aims to stay abreast of the rapidly evolving market by conducting timely and comprehensive assessments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, lots of common ground between your Mobile Software Competition Act and the investigations that we're doing on search and mobile, for instance. Continuing wending our way around the globe, going to India next, Chairperson Kaur, some common themes again, I think, with your AI market study, although possibly at a slightly earlier stage. It'd be great to hear about that. Also, what the Indian Parliament is thinking about in terms of legislative reform, and anything you might like to add on enforcement as well.
Okay. Thank you, Will, and thank you to CMA for giving me this opportunity to share updates about what's happening on digital markets in India. Of course, you mentioned about the digital competition bill, so I'll come to that first, and maybe then I'll cover a few of the other developments. On the digital competition bill, there was a draft which was prepared last year, and it was put out for public consultation. After that, now the government is looking at the stakeholder comments which have come in. So the basic architecture of that bill was looking at designating and big tech companies as systemically significant digital enterprises. So for doing that, there are these twin thresholds which are proposed in the act, in the bill, which is user thresholds. There would be a requirement on that front, and the other would be the financial threshold, which is your turnover, gross merchandise value, and market capitalization. Those kind of parameters would be looked at. Once an organization or an enterprise falls in that category and becomes a systemically significant digital enterprise, then they would be required ex ante to undertake obligations and to submit compliance of those obligations. There are these set of obligations which have been identified, which is what is normally in the case of digital enterprises, which is tying, self-preferencing, leveraging of data, restricting third-party applications, and overall not undertaking any fair and transparent dealing. So those are the things that they would have to indicate that they are not resorting to these practices. And the draft bill is covering 9 core digital services. So very similar to the DMA. In the case of DMA, we have virtual assistants, which is currently not figuring in the list of 9 core digital services. Otherwise, they are more or less the same services which are there in the DMA, which is already now enacted. So we're still waiting to hear further from the government as to how they would like to take it forward. That is one aspect. But then what I would like to share with you today is that, we are having a lot of activity happening in the case of digital markets. And interestingly, it is not only Google and Meta, it's also the other companies which are coming in the net. So maybe first I'll refer to the case of Meta, where last year we found in the month of November that they have, through their policy update, undertaken sharing of user data between their various applications, which is WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, etc. And the users were not given a choice. So you did not have a choice whether you wanted to have the update or not, and the update had an inbuilt sharing. So that's where we pointed out that, you cannot resort to updates which are involving sharing of data without having an express consent of the user. So it cannot be built in like that, but in case you want to take the update, and that's how you'll have the access to the WhatsApp, otherwise you lose access to the service. So that is where we found that, the Meta had been doing anti-competitive conduct, and that cease and desist orders were passed. Now, when we were in the commission structuring this final order, we had a very important challenge which we were looking at. That is that in India, we have a Personal Digital Data Protection Act, which has already been enacted. Of course, we don't have the machinery for it to have been enforced now. There is still a data protection board which is to be set up. But then really the issue of consent is something which is part and parcel of that act. And how do we look at something which is involving sharing of data, but from a competition perspective? So that was something which we had to do a lot of work on, that as to how do we bring it, because abuse of dominance will involve sharing of data and leveraging of data, but then the consent issue is already looked at in another act. So that was one thing which we were to look at that time. The other is that we had an order on Google which was on their ecosystem and on their billing system. So there were these two orders. Now the second order, which was with regard to the Google billing system, making it mandatory and not giving a choice of third-party payment processors being used by the users of Google services. That was an order which had been passed by the Commission, and it was a good development for us. Last month, the appellate tribunal looked at it, and it has upheld most of our directions. So whatever we had indicated that Google cannot resort to these restrictions, a large part of those directions have been upheld. So that was another interesting development. But now what is happening is that, we have to understand in the case of India, it's a very big digital market. We are having 900 million users of internet. So there is a lot of other companies which are Indian companies now. And we are now seeing cases coming up, and I have cases before us which are looking at not only online search engines, but they're also looking at online food ordering, online hotel bookings, online advertising services, social media, and e-commerce. So people are coming back to the Commission and saying that, the allegations are of self-preferencing, tying, leveraging, exclusive agreements, parity arrangements, unfair terms being imposed by various other companies which are not necessarily the big tech as we hear about them. And interestingly, there is one other matter which has come before the Commission, which is with regard to quick commerce. We have this service which says we'll deliver anything you ask for in 10 minutes. And they are the ones about whom we are now being asked to look at their conduct in terms of, whether they are also misusing their access to data, and how does that work, So people are asking us that, they are resorting to predatory pricing, they are using data, and they're getting an advantage over these brick and mortar stores. So the brick and mortar stores are losing business, and this was something which was very big during we had these allegations come in at the time of Diwali, which is our annual big festival, like Christmas. We have this festival of lights in the month of October, November every year. So that was a time when a lot of purchasing happens, and there was these facilities which were being used, and now we're being asked to look at how they are using AI and data, their algorithms, and they are taking an advantage over the other stores who are losing business, and is it anti-competitive? So that is another area which has come up before the Commission now. So it's like for us, the digital markets is becoming a big thing, and as these big startups are turning into unicorns, there are also allegations coming with regard to their conduct.
Thank you. I mean, really amazing range of companies, markets, issues that you've just given us a canter around. So thank you for that. And it may indeed be that, last but not least, Benoit has maybe a couple of points you might even pick up from there, I think, because I know that a particularly interesting case that you've been working on is the one in relation to Apple's app tracking transparency and competition data protection issues. So maybe you could take the floor.
Sure. Thank you, Will, and let me also congratulate CMA colleagues for the excellent organization and for bringing the sun to Edinburgh. So I guess it's raining over England, which is okay. I'm glad to come last in a way, because listening to my colleagues, I mean, makes me really realize how much common ground we have, and I relate to a lot of what has been said already. If I were to identify two common themes and maybe even two common challenges that we have, I would say in terms of digital enforcement, I would say our first challenge is to keep up with technology, and the second challenge is to keep up with regulation. And these are two challenges. If you think of technology, I mean, one obvious challenge that we have, and that came in the discussion already, is of course related to AI. Not only, I mean, first the way the AI value chain, the AI stack itself is now evolving, and there are lots of questions about, you know, can we have smaller models which maybe could use data in a more parsimonious way, in a more efficient way, and maybe also could use GPUs in a more efficient way, the premises on which a lot of the antitrust thinking has been built, which is that there will be a race for size, a race for data, a race for GPUs, a race for talent. Is that going to last, or are we going to see some kind of a bifurcation in the market with smaller models that can be maybe more parsimonious and more efficient? I don't know. I don't have the answer, but that's something that we should follow very closely, and that may change the way we're thinking about competition in the AI space. One other example is, of course, the way AI is now pervading all digital services, and that has been already in the discussion. We had last year another in a series of decisions on against Google on publishers' rights, an issue Gina knows very well, and more specifically the way related rights are being enforced on the search engine. And we fined Google 250 million euros for not complying with their commitments. One issue was about the way Bard had been trained, and whether press publishers had first were informed about their protected content being used to train Bard, and whether they could exert their opt-out right under EU copyright law. And that's entirely new for us, so it's already coming into our cases. I think if I would identify one common question that we should really kind of put our heads together and sit down, take a pause, and reflect on. That's the convergence between search engines and AI conversational agents or chatbots, which could possibly, within a number of years, change our market definitions for search and the way we look at search in a very deep way. So that's urgent in a way. So technological change is very important, and second, regulation. And that's, I have to say, unfortunately, even very important in Europe, where we have a very dense, forest of regulations. So when we do antitrust enforcement, we are not moving on an empty field. I mean, we have to navigate through a very thick set of sectoral regulations. And we have to think about how antitrust enforcement can, what's the best role for antitrust enforcement in this overcrowded regulatory space, and whether these regulations are good for competition, or in some cases there can be pain points, and some of these regulations could be bad for competition. And so one example is, again, this related right case that I've just mentioned, where basically as competition enforcers, we had to fill a regulatory gap, because copyright regulation in Europe did not, and in France, did not provide for a bargaining code between publishers and platforms. And so we had to step in using antitrust law, which we could do against Google, because Google was obviously in a dominant position on the search market, but we probably could not do it in other cases. So in a way, we had to fill a regulatory gap. And there are ongoing discussions in France on whether we should take another step in regulation to kind of, in a way, relieve antitrust of this burden and have a proper regulatory framework. That's an example. And another example which Ravit has already raised is the interaction between competition and data privacy, which of course is very important. And so we have this decision that we published a few weeks ago against Apple. That's about the app tracking transparency framework. So in plain English, that's about the way consent is being asked on the App Store to share data with third-party apps. And we found that the way Apple had implemented consent was neither necessary nor proportionate with GDPR requirements. And we based our decision, we used opinions by our data protection authority to inform our antitrust decision. So that's an example of close coordination with the data privacy authority. And in a way, the message here, again in plain English, is we find Apple 150 million euros for abuse of dominance. But in plain English, the message is, well, privacy by design can be great, but unless the design is anti-competitive. And we found that particular design to be anti-competitive. So privacy is a good thing. There cannot be too much of a good thing. More privacy is always good, but up to the point where it becomes anti-competitive, and then we have to step in as competition authorities, which we did in full cooperation and working very well with the French privacy authority. And that doesn't happen in one day. So of course we have the Court of Justice, Meta Kartellamt decision, and we have a duty of loyal cooperation with data privacy authorities. That's great, but you don't create that kind of cooperation in one day. And so we were on a journey together with the Data Protection Authority. We had another step last year when we commented on their draft recommendation for app stores, and the message was the same. The message was, of course, privacy is great, but if you let privacy frameworks being decided by dominant platforms, you may not like the result. That's what we told them, and they could hear that and kind of embed that in their own privacy framework. So it's an example where we can meet somewhere in the middle, and it's very positive. Maybe one last word, Will, is about, and again that comes from what I've heard from my colleagues, is about the importance of international cooperation on antitrust enforcement. We have similar issues, cases against a limited number of global players. Some of these issues are so difficult to grasp that we really need to get together and put all our intellectual forces, all our brains together. Now taking my hat as OECD Competition Committee Chair, that's certainly something we intend to support at the OECD. In the next OECD Competition Committee meeting in June, we'll have a discussion on competition in cloud services. We'll have another discussion on competition in mobile payments, including the role of big tech in mobile payments. We'll have a discussion on AI infrastructures. So I very strongly believe that the OECD can play a useful role together with other fora, such as the ICN, obviously, and also, as mentioned by Gina, PINCER, which is a fantastic group of competition authorities active in the Pacific region, including the Autorité de la Concurrence, because we are active in the Pacific region as well. So we're very happy to be part of this conversation in the Pacific.
Thank you, Benoit, and certainly agree with all of the last points you made there on international cooperation. Now, there were lots of fascinating themes that came out there. I could ask endless questions about search and AI, about competition, data protection, about the challenges in getting the frameworks right and helping make sure they work in a targeted way. But the big red clock in front of me with a negative sign in front of it tells me I really shouldn't. And you'll have to do all the follow-ups in breaks and in subsequent meetings. And I definitely don't want to keep my CEO or Chairman Ferguson waiting. So with that, I'd just like to ask you to join me in thanking our excellent panel for their comments and all of the fascinating work they're doing. Over to Sarah.
Thank you very much, Will, and the panel. Fascinating discussion. And I'm not going to keep us waiting any longer because I think this is going to be a real highlight of today's program. I am delighted to be able to welcome the relatively recently appointed Chairman of the United States Federal Trade Commission, Chairman Andrew Ferguson, to now deliver a keynote speech. I think we are all waiting with anticipation. We've all seen already the very ambitious program of activity that you have well underway at the FTC, and we're really, really keen to hear more from you. I know, Chairman Ferguson, you come with a wealth of experience that goes well beyond antitrust borders, including your role, for example, recently as Solicitor General of the Commonwealth of Virginia, your role supporting Senate Leader McConnell, and your role on the Senate Judicial Committee, a fascinating range of experience as well, obviously, as your experience previously working in private practice. But we all want to hear about your priorities and your objectives for the Federal Trade Commission. So please welcome Chairman Andrew Ferguson to the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah, for that kind introduction. It's a real pleasure to be here in Scotland, which holds a special place in my heart. In case you couldn't tell from my last name or what I look like, my ancestors hail from Scotland. And my staff can confirm that I maintain an intimate familiarity with the spirits this nation offers as well. To quote the incomparable Rabbie Burns, "O thou, my muse, good old Scotch drink." But Scotland isn't just where my forefathers hail. Not far from here lies Adam Smith, who is likely more responsible than any other person for why we're here today. It was Smith, after all, who was one of the first men of his time to warn that the monopolists can sell their commodities much above the natural price and raise their emoluments, whether they consist in wages or profit, greatly above their natural rate. There's a through line from Smith's observations on the free market mechanism to a recommendation in 2000 by a US working group called the International Competition Policy Advisory Committee, or ICPAC. The ICPAC's report advised in part that the United States explore a global competition initiative, a forum for collaboration and consultation among interested government officials and non-governmental participants on competition law and policy. I'm proud that some of my country's great thinkers helped pave the way for our gathering this week, and that their ideas served as the catalyst for the ICN, which the United States, along with competition law agencies from 13 other jurisdictions, founded in 2001. We're now well into our third decade of the ICN, and it's remarkable to see what the network has accomplished thus far. For example, we have achieved substantial alignment across the globe on the appropriate procedures for antitrust investigations, and have elevated the recognition of due process as a critical shared value in antitrust enforcement. Today, I'd like to offer my thoughts on what I hope will be yet another value we can share, namely an enforcement-forward competition framework that promotes innovation and growth. The way we approach competition, particularly in digital markets, has profound effects on all of our nation's futures. Recent revelations about the state of the AI race means that now is a decisive moment for all of our countries. And the deregulatory rallying cry heard in my country, and which is receiving quarter in some parts of Europe now, is critical to heed. Competition enforcers around the globe have a friend in the United States. That is not to say we will not have our differences. I'll address those shortly. But President Donald Trump and his administration are committed to robust competition law enforcement. This administration's economic mandate is broad, but it focuses on promoting human flourishing by creating a dynamic business environment. And that environment is characterized by increasing innovation, productivity, and growth. The fruits of that economy will be enjoyed by all Americans, not just the powerful and connected. It is also focused intensely on the welfare of the American worker. Vigorous and effective competition law enforcement is a key component of achieving this dynamic and pro-worker economy. Although I credit Scotland and the United Kingdom with helping birth capitalism, I must give my home country some praise for its long history of understanding the threats posed to human flourishing by monopoly and collusion. The author of our nation's first antitrust statute, Senator John Sherman, famously declared that if we will not endure a king as a political power, we should not endure a king over the production, transportation, and sale of any necessities of life. Sherman was a Republican like me. It was, after all, the Republican Party, the conservative party, that most effectively dealt with the problems presented by the trusts. That our nation's most important antitrust law bears the name of a Republican legislator is a point of pride for my party. And my party, as well as this administration, is rediscovering the wisdom of taking competition enforcement seriously. This rediscovery hinges on a critical insight. The purpose of society is to promote the flourishing of its members. Government tyranny and abuse is a well-known danger to that flourishing, but so are private monopolies and cartels. In some cases, private aggregations of power can match government tyranny as a threat to human flourishing. This was the experience that led to the creation of the American antitrust laws. The trusts wielded tremendous economic power and could use that power to command higher prices, to reduce output, to drive down wages, to block new and innovative entrants to markets, and to degrade product quality. Monopolies and cartels thus inflict concrete harms on the welfare of consumers and workers and deny them their opportunity to reach their full potential. Monopolies and cartels, of course, do not inflict merely economic harms. They can inflict social and political harms as well. Economic power can be leveraged into political power, and that political power can warp democracy. We have seen this danger play out in the United States with big tech. Especially in 2020, platforms with tremendous economic power use that power to censor political speech on critically important topics. The origins of COVID, the efficacy of masks and vaccines, human sexuality, and the 2020 US presidential election. The antitrust laws do not address censorship or political power directly, but by protecting the welfare of consumers and workers, the antitrust laws address economic power. If enforcers are committed to protecting consumers and workers from concrete harms inflicted by the abuse of economic power, they will have the effect of protecting society from powerful firms that would leverage that economic power into political power. As competition enforcers, we focus every day on the importance of promoting innovation, vibrancy, and competition from the abuse of private power. But I urge you today not to lose sight of the very real fact that government regulation can be the enemy of competition, vibrancy, innovation, and resiliency, no less than the unlawful exercise of economic power. Regulation, whether intended to or not, can lead to the same kind of threat to human flourishing as the abuse of private power. Antitrust law has traditionally taken an ex post rather than ex ante approach to enforcement. If business conduct inflicts concrete harms on consumers or workers, and the enforcers can muster sufficient evidence of those harms, then the government acts to protect workers and consumers from that conduct. This approach requires enforcers to work hard. They have to identify specific injurious conduct. They have to gather evidence that the conduct is in fact damaging the welfare of consumers and workers. And then they have to tailor the remedies to address the injury. Unless those conditions are met, antitrust leaves markets to sort out problems. No, the ex post approach will not catch every competition problem. But so long as enforcers are committed to vigorous and courageous enforcement, the precise, tailored ex post approach is preferable to the costly dragnet effect of ex ante regulation. My friend and colleague, Gail Slater at the US Justice Department, has likened ex ante regulation to a sledgehammer, whereas ex post antitrust enforcement is a scalpel. I know it has become de rigueur in circles like this to raise Mr. Draghi's report, but he is right. Burdensome regulations make it difficult for small businesses to achieve the scale they need to compete. They can kill new, innovative ideas in the cradle. They discourage capital investment, and they can impose second-order effects that compound their costs in ways unimaginable to the regulator when he's acting. They pose another problem that should alarm us all as antitrust enforcers as well. Regulations, whether issued by legislatures or technocrats, can be a tool by which incumbent firms exclude potential rivals. Regulatory capture is very real. I saw it as the senior-most Republican lawyer in the US Senate. Powerful firms will spend tremendous resources convincing regulators and legislators to adopt a suite of rules that have the effect of increasing their rivals' costs or excluding them entirely. Firms will often present those proposed rules as sensible, reasonable, or even necessary, but these proposals are often carefully crafted to promote and insulate monopoly. Even when the regulator believes he is doing the right thing, he is often damaging competition in ways he does not understand. As Mr. Draghi's report explained, the European regulatory regime has contributed to economic stagnation, dwindling productivity, and high levels of unemployment in parts of Europe. In almost every category by which one would assess competitiveness, Europe lags in some way behind the United States. Obviously, the sources of the differences between economic outcomes in the United States and Europe and in other countries is overdetermined. But there's no doubt that Europe's heavy regulatory hand is at least partially to blame. Unfortunately, I fear this regulatory impulse has seeped into competition law. I think this is a potentially dangerous development. Consider the DMA. The law relies on rigid criteria to identify in the first instance the companies and their services that are subject to its complex and burdensome rules. To date, 5 of the 7 gatekeepers are US firms, and only 1 originated in Europe, a fact that is itself evidence of the heavy costs of regulation on growing a business to scale. The DMA lacks the finesse that a typical competition law assessment would entail. It also lacks the tailoring of remedies to specific injuries to identifiable workers or consumers. Should the company be deemed in violation, the DMA on its face allows bureaucrats to assess escalating fines up to a certain percentage of the company's worldwide turnover, not their European turnover. Of course, enforcers have discretion to assess fines below the cap, but the law is written in such a way that permits regulators to extend their reach beyond Europe to conduct taking place elsewhere. And as a result, companies may conform their conduct to European rules beyond European markets. This is the Brussels effect in action. Now, I do not say this to chide. We all have important lessons to learn from the consequences of our divergent approaches. I've had conversations with some of you in my office in Washington about what makes the United States an innovator compared to some other countries around the world. We're a nation of risk takers and pioneers, risk embracers, really. Our innovators exhibit the key quality of underpinning their entrepreneurial spirit, meaning they shrug off failure and are unashamed and unafraid to try again. In fact, we encourage and expect it. That's how new breakthrough ideas come to market. Free-flowing capital certainly helps as well. Ultimately, businesses that have the capability to transform our lives for the better and to promote the flourishing of all members of society grow and succeed in the United States because they face fewer regulations and regulators than elsewhere. Now, I am sympathetic to the motivations that contribute to the adoption of competition regulations, particularly in digital markets. Competition law enforcement against big tech is difficult and expensive. I know this better than most. For example, it took more than 5 years from the beginning of the investigation to bring the FTC's current case against Meta to trial. And I am concerned with platforms who collect taxes on innovators or maintain monopoly power by steering consumers away from innovative competitors. Both practices can represent serious threats to growth and innovation, and we must pay close attention to them. And where appropriate and sustained by evidence, we should enforce our competition laws against them. And I'm not categorically opposed to regulation, to be clear. It's appropriate for legislatures from time to time to revisit our competition laws, to clarify or refine the conduct they prohibit, or to clarify and refine appropriate remedies. My own country is having debates about whether tailored regulations enacted by our Congress are necessary to address harms in specific markets or for very specific conduct. These are good debates to have, and there may be circumstances where narrow and tailored regulations are appropriate. but we should still prefer the scalpel of enforcement to the sledgehammer of regulation. That approach has yielded fruit in the United States. Vigorous enforcement by state and federal authorities, both of which I've participated in, as well as private antitrust suits, have produced important judicial decisions on anti-competitive conduct in digital markets. I therefore remain of the view that vigorous ex post enforcement is generally preferable to regulation. Instead of chiding, I urge all of us to apply the lessons we have learned from overregulation to the most important question we confront today as competition enforcers: what to do about artificial intelligence. AI technology shows remarkable promise. It could be a driving force for innovation, economic growth, and increased productivity for workers in the coming years. It could also pose the first real competitive challenge to big tech incumbents in decades. With this nascent technology still in the cradle, I fear that a knee-jerk regulatory response will only squelch innovation, further entrench big tech incumbents, and perhaps even ensure that AI innovators will move to jurisdictions friendlier to them, but perhaps hostile to our nations and our shared interests. I fear that if we confront AI with the regulatory sledgehammer, we will break it and deny our citizens its potential promise. Instead, we should proceed with caution. We ought not to assume the worst possible outcomes from AI and regulate on the basis of those potential outcomes. Instead, as competition enforcers, we should use our trusted law enforcement tools and watch carefully the development of this new technology. Where we see AI abused to injure the welfare of consumers or workers, we should intervene. But we ought not to assume those outcomes. We should let the technology develop and confront problems as they arise, just as competition enforcers have been doing with new technologies and in new markets for more than a century. It is important that policymakers and competition law enforcers across the globe work together to open avenues for greater investment and innovation in the digital space, especially with respect to AI. If we can work together to unlock the tremendous, enormous potential of AI by promoting a regulatory environment that permits greater technological and business experimentation, we can all benefit. The way forward, then, is to recognize that the benefits of the digital revolution are not zero-sum. Provided we come to a shared understanding of the regulatory framework that promotes business dynamism, technological innovation, and the welfare of consumers and workers, the digital revolution presents exceptional opportunities for all of us. Through a shared commitment to a fairer and more open regulatory regime and a predominantly ex-post approach by competition enforcers across the globe, we can forge new ways to work together to unlock the full potential of our respective tech sectors, comprised of businesses both big and small, to the common benefit of each of our respective peoples. I want to close with a clear message, and I'm going to end early, so it's a first for today. America First does not mean America alone. The bonds we share predate my nation's founding, and in many ways our destinies have been intertwined, which is precisely what gives me hope for our collective future. Tomorrow, for example, we will commemorate the 80th anniversary of our civilization's triumph over the enemies of human flourishing. Today, the stakes for our collective civilization could not be higher. I stand here as a partner with an open hand, and I have little doubt that we will all meet this moment together. Thank you all, and I look forward to continuing our conversations here in Edinburgh.
Thank you so much, Chairman Ferguson. I think really capturing in those last words the huge opportunity that we have actually through the use of the next few days to take these discussions even further, to work together, and that really strong sense that I think we've had throughout all of this morning's discussions about that shared ambition, the shared objective. Yes, we can have debates about different approaches and different ways to tackle the issues, but I think there is that common purpose, that sense of a common goal that we're all seeking to work together to achieve, and I find that a really exciting and encouraging prospect. So I hope that you have all enjoyed this morning's topics and discussions. We've covered a lot of ground, and we've got a little more to come, so we're now moving on to our first mergers plenary discussion, and I think the panel are hopefully ready to come up. There we go. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my pleasure, my name is Matthew Boswell, first and foremost, to moderate the merger plenary session of this year's conference. Before I get us going, though, I do want to take a moment, like others have, to thank Sarah and Eleni and the whole CMA team for hosting us here in Edinburgh, and for the kind hospitality they showed us last night at the beautiful Mansfield Trancare. I think I'm pronouncing it right. It was very, very generous. So I'm delighted to introduce our great panel to end the morning. Longer descriptions for each person's background is available in the materials, so I'll be relatively brief. Starting at the far end, someone who you've already met this morning, Guillaume Loriot, is the Deputy Director General for Mergers at DG Comp. Beside Guillaume, Rachel Brandenberger, who's a visiting research fellow at the University of Oxford's Institute of European and Comparative Law. Another double duty person this morning is Andrea Marvan, who's the chair of the Mexican Federal Economic Competition Commission, also known as COFECE. And finally, to my immediate left, is Commissioner Yalun Yen from the Taiwan Fair Trade Commission. So we have a great group. And let's get started by setting the stage a bit for the discussion today. Our topic, as you heard from Sarah, is entrenchment theories of harm in merger reviews. And this is an issue that is arising more frequently in merger reviews around the world. So very important for us to discuss. In fact, among a whole slew of amendments to Canada's merger law, we had an amendment that requires or gives the court the option to consider whether the merger or proposed merger would contribute to the entrenchment of the market position of leading incumbents. So we, in Canada, we're in the process of revising our merger enforcement guidelines. We've put out a discussion paper that talks about entrenchment, and we anticipate providing more guidance through our guidelines on this particular issue. And of course, just by way of sort of historical background, entrenchment theories of harm are not new. In the United States, they go back to the 60s and 70s, the entrenchment doctrine coming out of the Procter & Gamble conglomerate case. They've been considered in different jurisdictions around the world. And there are, as I'm sure there are in this room, differing views on this theory, pro and con. Entrenchment can be relevant in the assessment of horizontal mergers as well as the non-horizontal effects of mergers. Some people argue that mergers can entrench dominance by raising barriers to entry, restricting rivals' opportunities, and eliminating nascent competitive threats. In today's session, we're going to hear how authorities are approaching theories of harm related to entrenchment, the challenges that authorities can face, and how, in practice, the different aspects of the broader entrenchment theory have been applied. So, let's get our panelists involved now. We're first going to tackle what frameworks are used to think about entrenchment. What role, that is to say, what role does merger control play in preventing the entrenchment of dominant firms? And what elements should agencies consider? That is, what is the framework that agencies apply to consider the issue of entrenchment? And I'm going to start with you, Commissioner Yen. How does the TFTC approach entrenchment? And how does Taiwan's Fair Trade Act regulate mergers involving what we would call entrenchment strategies?
Okay, thank you. And distinguished colleague and participant, it's an honor to join this panel at the 2025 ICN annual conference today. I'm pleased to share Taiwan's experience and perspective on this important topic, particularly how we approach entrenchment theory in our merger analysis framework. Although the term entrenchment is not explicitly defined in Taiwan Fair Trade Act, The TFTC examined whether mergers could entrench a firm's market power or strengthen barriers to entry. And entrenchment may refer to actions, measures, and strategies that increase, maintain, or solidify a firm's market power or competitive advantages while discouraging entry from rivals. And the key sources of entrenchment include low-cost production advantages, high switch cost, network effects, intangible assets, and efficient scale. In the TFTC's merger review process, we pay particular attention to how these factors involve in the digital economy. And digital platforms operate in fast-moving, multi-sided markets characterized by strong network effects and data accumulation advantage. And this platform often provides service without monetary pricing while building ecosystem that extend across multiple markets. And when evaluating mergers involving digital platforms, we carefully assess how economy of scale and network effects might serve as sources of entrenchment, potentially creating formidable barriers to entry. The TFTC has observed that the importance of network effects dynamics further amplified by big data, and where data serves as both a critical asset and an essential input for algorithm systems. Additionally, TFTC analysis extends to vertical and conglomerate effects, especially when assessing how digital platforms might strengthen their economy moats through strategy acquisition that reinforce their ecosystem advantage. In general, while identifying and substantiating entrenchment theory of harm in specific case present practical challenges, this framework offers a valuable perspective for assessing competitive concern in mergers, particularly in digital markets characterized by strong network effects and data, as well as ecosystem advantage. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Yen. Rachel, let me turn to you here. And you heard me make reference to some of the history of entrenchment theories. In your view, is what we're talking about now a new theory of harm, or is it a repackaging of what was being talked about in the 60s and 70s?
Thank you so much for the question. And let me also start by thanking the CMA most sincerely for the privilege of inviting me to this annual meeting and to be participating in this panel as an NGA. I think the answer to your question, Matthew, is both, or all three. I lost count, actually. I mean, we know that merger theory in terms of the creation or strengthening of a dominant position is a theme that is well recognized in many jurisdictions around the world. These days we are also hearing about entrenchment of a dominant or monopoly position, which is used not in relation to whether the acquirer with the monopoly position is acquiring a company with either a horizontal or a vertical relationship with the dominant player, but more an acquisition of a company that may have complementary products or services to the purchaser, and the purchaser is seeking to obtain an ecosystem or to build a moat around its dominant position. Now, I've just threaded various phrases and labels into that explanation. Let's focus on entrenchment here. No, it's not a new harm, as your opening remarks recognized. There is an important case, the FTC's challenge of Procter & Gamble back in 1967, the US Supreme Court's judgment in that case. This involved Procter & Gamble's acquisition of Clorox, which the parties called a product extension merger. The products didn't overlap. Procter & Gamble made packaged detergents, as it still does. Clorox made liquid bleach, as it still does. And the issue was, were the barriers to entry being raised? And I'd just like to give you a few quotes from this judgment, which I think are quite interesting. So let me quote from these. The Supreme Court said, "It is clear that the existence of Procter at the edge of the industry exerted considerable influence on the market." First, the court said that each of the parties influenced the market behavior of competitors, actual and potential. That there were not significant barriers to entry. Procter could have entered the market that Clorox was in, and that the merger would involve the elimination of a potential entrant. Few firms, said the court, would have the temerity to challenge a firm as solidly entrenched as Clorox. And the court found that Procter was the most likely entrant, and that the US FTC had had evidence in front of it that justified the prohibition of the deal. So you can find here various themes that we talk about all these years later. The significance of what we now call the entrenchment theory has fluctuated over time in terms of agencies and academics' interest in the topic. These days, it's very much center stage, as this panel is showing. And let me also just note that it is beginning to feature in merger guidelines as well. The UK merger guidelines were very much forerunners in talking about potential competition generally. US merger guidelines, I'll leave to you, Guillaume, if you wish to, or, sorry, EU, indeed, yes. I'm sorry, that was a Freudian slip. US guidelines is what I would like to just finish on here, which is where the 2023 guidelines, the new guidelines, specifically address entrenchment. Guideline 6, which notes both an entrenchment of an already dominant position or an extension of a dominant position into a new market. So two-pronged approach there. And then the guideline goes on to talk about the potential anti-competitive effects, but also noting that there can be pro-competitive benefits. So that takes us into a whole nother territory of how do you balance those out, and how do you find the evidence to support your findings. Let me leave it there.
And that reflects some of the debates over the 80s and 90s in the United States on this issue. So let's turn to our friends from Mexico. How do you, at a sort of a high level, Andrea, how do you folks think about entrenchment and approach it where you might see it in a case?
Yes, thank you. I would only just second and appraise the CMA and Sarah and Eleni for doing an excellent job organizing this wonderful event. I would say our approach is very similar to what Commissioner Yen was saying, and I will focus for now specifically on our merger review. So when we review mergers, what we look at, or what we are seeking, is to prevent market structures that may harm or hinder competition. And now our law has, I would say, a comprehensive approach. Since we can block a merger under 3 circumstances, and I would say that 2 can be related to entrenchment. So the first is when the transaction creates or strengthens substantial market power. The second is when it can facilitate collusive conduct. And the third is when it may have the purpose or the effect of creating barriers to entry, impeding access, or excluding competitors. So I think when we look at entrenchment theories of harm in our merger reviews, I would say that the strengthening of market power and also the effect of creating barriers to entry or raising those barriers or impeding access is related to entrenchment. So what we do when we conduct our merger review is, I'm sorry, I got lost a little bit, yeah. Okay, so what we do is a combination very similar to what Commissioner Yan was saying, because we also look at the potential elimination of potential competitors. We look at ecosystem effects. We look at conglomerate structures, and also, which is something that the Commissioner Yan mentioned, to access to sensitive data or information. I would say, and I think it's very relevant to bring to the discussion, is this new or is it not new? And this is something that I will briefly talk about in my next intervention. But we've looked at these theories not only in digital markets, but also in traditional markets. I know it's been gaining more relevance in the digital discussion due to the strong network effects that come with the digital economics and the risks of market tipping. But again, I think these theories can be applicable to both traditional and digital markets. And I'll talk about that in my next intervention. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Andrea. So how does this translate into practice is our next sort of general area of conversation. As you've already heard, entrenchment considerations can become particularly relevant in the context of digital mergers, and Commissioner Yan and Andrea talked about that. But as we heard from Rachel, wider applications, bricks and mortar type mergers. So different members of our panel have different experience dealing with entrenchment theories of harm in real life in merger reviews. And with that, let me first turn to Guillaume and ask for you to share with the audience DG Comp's experience with the consideration of these theories. How have they been looked at in specific cases, if you can provide specific examples? And have you seen examples of proposed mergers that have come before DG Comp where the entrenchment theories have been used to block the merger or to raise concerns?
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you for having me on this panel. I mean, a lot has been said already a bit on the framework, what is new, what is not new. I think what is not new is when you talk about entrenchment, essentially you're talking about a company having market power and consolidating that market power in EU terms, strengthening its dominant position, consolidating this position. And obviously that may sound not so new. You have the traditional horizontal mergers with the acquisition notably of a potential competitor, with a strengthening of a dominant position, a pure horizontal effect. That is well known, but I think is being articulated under new market realities indeed. What we've seen as being new, and that's about experience, is those mergers that are non-horizontal, where you have a company being very strong on its core market, as we say, being dominant, acquiring a firm in a neighboring market with specific features, and that will be one type of discussion. And despite having no overlap, the question is, do we look at it under a traditional non-horizontal assessment, which still remains the main way of assessing it? Is the company leveraging its dominant position into a neighboring market in order to foreclose it to rivals? And foreclosure requires some types of strategies, conducts, from tying to, hampering interoperability, etc. In digital or other markets, I mean, that is very important. And that remains, I think, very relevant. That's the main way of looking at non-horizontal effects. That being said, we've seen from experience that there's also a question whether the rationale of the merger is not simply to protect the core market in which you are dominant by acquiring this complementary asset because of the specific qualities, capacities that this company has in a specific market context. So that is, I think, what is new and relevant, especially, but not only, in a digital ecosystem because of the strong complementarity, the interoperability, the interconnection between markets. I think that's the setting. And this setting existed before. If I think about Google DoubleClick in 2007, I think we focused a lot on foreclosure in this very complex merger. But the question had been raised and was not really looked at in that under that angle. And that is, I think, relevant today. Now, we had experience. We had several cases where the question arose. We had Google Fitbit, for example, where there were issues about interoperability in adjacent markets, traditional way of looking at things, but there was also the question of whether, some data coming from Fitbit would strengthen Google on its, ad markets. And more recently, we had a case that is very prominent, which is in court, which is Booking eTravelI. I think we mentioned one of these gatekeepers coming from Europe. Now, in that specific case, for many reasons, but one of which is that in that ecosystem of online travel that we see developing, you have the hotel OTA, but you have also the flight OTA, and the acquisition involved a source of significant traffic through customer acquisition, because that company, then number 2, now number 1, was a way to enter and to expand into the market we're booking in Europe is, we think, dominant. And we found, because of various specificities, customer inertia, the fact that people don't switch, they go in and they stay, we have figures and so on, various features about these complementarities have, we think, the likely effect of strengthening Booking's position on its core market. So now, we think that irrespective of any conduct, and I think that's also a new discussion to have in a non-horizontal merger where you have a type of effect which is a bit similar to a horizontal effect mechanically because of the market features, because of this flywheel effect that one can observe, you get more customers, you get more traction, and that has the impact of strengthening of dominant position. That's the key discussion we may have, and we will have in the review of our guidelines, in court, in Booking, and more generally amongst competition agencies, and it's very important to address it. There are other scenarios, and I think there's a case that I want to mention. There are other cases, maybe I will come to them later. Another case we had recently, which is NVIDIA Run AI. Very topical, we discussed AI and so on, non-horizontal merger, a case that was referred to the Commission by the Italian competition authorities. You tick many boxes about the importance of that case. And at the time, we wondered, NVIDIA is, we think, potentially dominant, in fact, dominant in this very specific market of GPUs for data centers, specific type of chip, and was acquiring a type of software that allows you to optimize these GPUs. I don't want to go into the technical details because that's quite complex. And obviously we wondered, okay, let's look at whether there's an issue about leveraging your dominant position into this adjacent market, but is it also a way for NVIDIA to strengthen its dominant position through the acquisition of a company in an adjacent market? And we investigated very thoroughly, I can tell you, because we thought that indeed that might be another example of entrenchment. And after going to the market and considering different types of strategies, here not really an automatic kind of horizontal effect, but more foreclosure strategy for various reasons as to whether essentially by hampering the access to this orchestration software for competing chip manufacturers, that would ultimately strengthen NVIDIA's position. And we reached the conclusion that no, it wasn't the case, it wasn't likely. Why? Because rivals of Run AI, so rivals of the target, that may be the first to fear any strengthening of dominant position, were telling us that in the market it's simply unlikely that NVIDIA could restrict access and interoperability to this software, because there are many standards and tools to make sure that, and it's difficult to discriminate because of various reasons. And the conclusion was quite striking. And that doesn't mean, we shouldn't have done it. I think on the contrary, we should have looked, and it's very important to look at whether a non-horizontal merger may not only lead to, foreclosure in adjacent markets, but may strengthen the position of a dominant player in its main market. So obviously many factors matter, market features, market trends, customer behavior, customer inertia, potentially. And that is relevant in digital ecosystems, but well beyond. I think we have to think about, how it may impact other markets. Now, there are many examples, there are some examples of other cases we looked into where, we didn't reach the conclusion of an entrenchment. Still, we looked at that, and maybe it will help us to have some specific criteria for the future in our merger guidelines, notably, but also to explain to courts why, these a way to distinguish the impact of such mergers on entrenchment. So that's my point in terms of experience, and I guess we'll develop.
Thank you, Guillaume. It's actually right at the end. You gave a great lead-in to the question I want to ask Rachel. In 2025, is this theory, and this is maybe a bit of a rhetorical question, is this theory only relevant in digital markets, or does it still apply outside of digital markets? Because we've heard about a lot of digital markets cases, but is it still broadly applicable?
Well, I could duck your question by saying, well, time will tell, but I will. I mean, we certainly are hearing a lot about it in the context of digital markets. But let me put on the table an example outside the digital space, in the pharmaceuticals sector, where the US FTC, and I don't quite know why all my examples are coming from the US FTC, but 2 years ago, Amgen Therapeutics sought to acquire Horizon, and the FTC challenged that merger, the first time that they had actually litigated a pharmaceutical merger for over a decade, and sought to block the merger. The FTC described Amgen as one of the world's largest biopharmaceutical companies. And very briefly, the FTC claimed that the acquisition would enable Amgen to do two things. One was a leverage claim, that in its large portfolio, if it added to what the FTC called monopoly products that Horizon produced, one relating to the treatment of thyroid eye disease and the other relating to chronic refractory gout, into their large portfolio, this would have a leverage effect. But there's also was a claim that is much more akin to an entrenchment claim, that by substituting Amgen's, what the FTC called, broad and powerful portfolio with these two allegedly monopoly products, a much broader portfolio than Horizon's portfolio, this would raise entry barriers and make competition by other producers much harder. Well, we don't have a complete answer here because this case did not litigate in the end. It was settled by the parties with the FTC, and that resolved the potential competition harm. If you look at the settlement, you find a combination of the sort of usual, if I can say it, anti-bundling type provisions, together with more specific provisions that address the alleged entrenchment theory. I would note these are behavioral type conditions in a merger context. That's sort of going off to the side, but it's an interesting point. There was a trustee put in place for monitoring compliance with the settlement. So as a settlement, it's not binding precedent, but it's perhaps, and maybe the panel can correct me here, the only recent court judgment in this area.
Okay, thank you, Rachel. Let's turn back to Mexico. I understand in 2020 you had a merger review that brought up entrenchment theories. Can you tell the audience a bit how you worked your way through those, what the specifics were?
Yes, I'll be very, very happy to. But before I turn into that specific case, I would just like to second what Guillermo was mentioning, that you usually see our decision, you usually have we have extensive decisions where we block or we impose remedies on a merger, but that doesn't mean that we don't test entrenchment theories in many other mergers. So we've had mergers mostly related to fintech and bank sectors, or online booking websites, etc., where we tested those theories, and it resulted that there was no risk, so we actually approved the merger. But now looking into specific cases, First, I wanted to address a case which is related to digital, where Walmart wanted to acquire, which is, we all know who Walmart is, but in Mexico specifically, it's one of the largest grocery store retailer by far. And so it proposed to acquire Corner Shop, which is a digital platform for grocery display, purchase, and delivery via a mobile app. So although the company, and I think this is where entrenchment becomes relevant or part of the analysis, they both operated it in different segments. You had a very big retailer and then a very big digital intermediary or a platform. So our analysis and our conclusions were that there were serious entrenchment risks stemming from this vertical integration. So first, what we concluded is that that transaction would have granted Walmart access to very sensitive commercial information about its competitors, because the platform didn't only act as an intermediary for Walmart, but for many other grocery stores. So it would have access to data such as pricing strategies, discounting behavior, consumer profiles, etc. Also, as the operator of the platform where other rival grocery stores participated, then Walmart could have used this privileged information to participate or undermine competitors, not just within the app market, but also in a broader market. Additionally, Walmart, which, as I mentioned, is by far the largest grocery store in Mexico, could have leveraged this position to foreclose competing delivery platforms, specifically to refuse to participate in other apps or to offer exclusive benefits for those who participate in this app. So in essence, what we concluded with this transaction would have cemented Walmart's dominance by commanding its massive brick and mortar footprint with control over a key digital access point. So, and also which ultimately will be creating very high barriers to entry for new players, or reinforcing locking across the grocery ecosystem. So given those considerations, COFECE decided to block this merger. And I think this case is very clear because it combines entrenchment theory in, as I mentioned, digital cases.
Okay. Commissioner Yen, going back to you, how does the TFTC, how have you, dealt with this in real life?
Thank you. As for this issue, I would like to illustrate the TFTC approach through several cases that highlight how the TFTC has applied entrenchment theories of harm in practice. The first case is a Microsoft acquisition of Nokia Device and Service Division in 2014. This is a vertical merger, and this merger involved mobile operating system with characteristics of two-sided markets and network effects. And while we recognize that post-merger, Microsoft's expansion in the Windows Phone installation base will potentially create a third ecosystem alongside Google and Apple. However, we identify significant concern by reducing dependence on third-party device manufacturers. Microsoft might have increased incentives to raise royalties under its Android licensing program. This could increase royalty expenses for device manufacturers using the Android system, elevating downstream competitors' cost and potentially leading to higher mobile device prices. And turning to our second example, the TFTC examined two separate but related mergers in the mobile payment sector. The Alliance Digital Technology Corporation case in 2013 and the Taiwan Mobile Payments case in 2014. Where the TFTC addressed conglomerate merger involving firms with significant market power in existing but different markets to establish joint ventures for operating trusted payment service manager platforms. In both cases, the TFTC primary concerns was whether these firms could extend their existing market power to the emerging mobile payment platform business. And for a more recent example, just in December 2024, the TFTC prohibited the merger between Uber Eats and Foodpanda, the two largest food delivery platforms in Taiwan. The food delivery platform market faces structural entry barrier due to economy of scale and the chicken or egg paradox characteristic of two-sided markets. The TFTC concluded that post-merger, Uber Eats could generate stronger network effects than before, making it more difficult for potential competitors to overcome this economy moat. And by signing exclusive agreement with key restaurants, Uber Eats could exclude new entrants from the market. And furthermore, after merger, Uber Eats enhanced access to consumer and restaurant data, would create more data-driven advantage, further entrenching its dominant position. And the TFTC market analysis also revealed that Taiwan's food delivery platform market has a minimum viable scale, requiring partnerships with over 450,000 restaurants and 6.5 million consumers. And a few new entrants had successfully penetrated this market in recent years. And while several existing operators had existed. Finally, the TFTC determined that potential competitors would not be able to enter Taiwan's food delivery platform market in a timely and sufficient manner to exert competitive pressure on Uber Eats equal to the currently provided by Foodpanda. And this is a very tough decision for us to prohibit this merger. Yeah.
That's a great example. Thank you, Commissioner Yin and recent. So now let's move on. As I said at the outset, one of the things we're going to talk about is challenges that competition authorities face when dealing with these theories. And Guillaume, you referred to this in your earlier comments. Perhaps you could discuss the difficulties in identifying sort of clear limiting principles when you're looking at these, because the debate and the historical debate has always been, you know, it could be pro-competitive, but it also, you know, could tend towards harming and entrenching. So it's difficult to get into the weeds on this and find those limiting principles that agencies have to look to.
Thank you, Matthew. Well, first, I don't pretend to have, you know, the response, definitive answer to your question. Obviously, there are recommended practices actually that we will adopt on this issue, but there's also, you know, ongoing debates, as I said, ongoing reviews of guidelines, including the EU, and ongoing debates in front of the courts. So that's, you know, what I can tell you is a bit what I see at this moment as issues that are critical, or that have been critical in, you know, setting some boundaries. I think your question is important also because indeed one must acknowledge that one point that may be made in front of competition enforcers that, you know, the acquisition may improve in the short term the offering of the merging party by, you know, they get more data, they can expand the offering to more users. You know, is that sufficient? Is it good in itself? So there's this discussion to have and to bear in mind. What we're concerned about is that in the, you know, foreseeable future, rivals would not have, you know, available counter strategies to overcome the barriers to entry or to expansion that one would identify as a competition enforcer as being the real issue because of that merger. And I have in mind still the type of cases I mentioned to you. Now, what I see as critical, you know, issues, obviously, first is to understand to what extent the type of assets or the type of activity that the target has in a non-horizontal setting where, you know, there's a dominant position potentially and this target has an activity not necessarily very important, but still in terms of volume, but still potentially qualitatively important, to what extent these assets are important for the companies in its core markets. Is it about IP? Is it about other assets? Is it about customer traffic? So you have the issue of the qualitative significance. You have the issue about to what extent it's really interconnected, complementary to the market, which is the core market. And that's why it's very relevant in digital business, in digital markets, but beyond that as well. I think that's a very critical question. And also, to what extent the asset you're acquiring cannot be easily, replicated in a way, to what extent, and that's part of the counter strategy issue. Now, if you see, and we had this experience, that the asset that is being acquired, the target that is being acquired, does not significantly change the position, frankly, of the acquirer. I think there's no issue. We had this issue in a case that is not very well known, which is the Google Photomath case, where Google acquired an application for users for math, to improve on their knowledge about math, the type of app I should use. And then, we investigated and we saw that there were many features that, led to the conclusion that it was not likely to strengthen Google's already very strong position on search, because it was not a very important source of acquiring customers. It's not that these people looking for math apps would go through search and vice versa and so on. And we had this feedback from the market, also previous experience, as well as, counter strategies available to competitors. That is very concrete, very, very, practical. The app essentially had not a very strong relevance for the core market, if I simplify things. Now, what is important is that in all these cases, you need to look beyond, and that's a bit the discussion we had earlier about, static and, quantifiable effects. You have to be a bit qualitative. You have to look at, in the long term, in dynamic effects, which is a very relevant discussion beyond entrenchment these days. We had this discussion for merger enforcement, so it's, it's a challenge. But that's the mindset one should have. I think what is important is that you're in a situation where you have a company that is already dominant in a market. So competition is not, might be easily or more easily hampered when you look at these type of transactions. So you need to protect the limited amount of competition you may have. And that is something that you should not forget. It doesn't mean that every type of acquisitions should be, blocked. We haven't done that. You need to find criteria, you need to find limiting principles, you need a consistent story and a narrative. These are the elements I can share with you that I've seen for now, but obviously this is not exhaustive. We will have further experience in the years to come, and that's why this type of exchange is obviously fundamental for now.
Okay. Thanks, Guillaume. And Commissioner Yen, how do you in Taiwan mitigate or deal with these particular thresholds and limits on the theory?
Thank you. And the TFTC has developed a range of remedial approach to address entrenchment concerns identified during merger reviews, and led us back to the cases I have mentioned. In the Microsoft and the Nokia case, the TFTC imposed conditions prohibiting Microsoft from inappropriate pricing decisions or discriminatory treatment in patent licensing related to smart mobile device that would hinder manufacturers' freedom to choose mobile operating systems. And this behavioral remedy directly addressed the risk that Microsoft might adopt a strategy to raise downstream competitors' costs. And for the mobile payment platform cases, our remedies focus on preventing ecosystem foreclosures in an emerging market. In the Alliance Digital Technology case, the TFTC mandated that the newly established joint venture and the emerging parties not refuse requests for interconnection and interfacing with other mobile payment platforms without justifiable reasons. And similarly, in the Taiwan mobile payment case, the TFTC required that the new enterprise and not restrict service provider from joining other trusted service manager platforms. And these access and interoperability-oriented remedies were designed specifically to prevent entrenchment strategies that could foreclose competition in an emerging market while allowing the merger to materialize the efficiency. In contrast, with the Uber Eats and the Foodpanda case, the TFTC determined that no remedies would sufficiently address the entrenchment concerns. The main reason is that the combination of already strong network effects, the minimum viable scale requirements, and the late growth phase of the market indicated that any post-merger entrenchment would be extremely difficult to reverse. And the merger would create economy modes through data advantages and the network effects that would be insurmountable for potential competitors. In such cases, where no effective remedy exists to mitigate entrenchment effects, prohibition remains the appropriate solution. And I think our collective experience in this area can help develop more robust approach to merger reviews as market continue to evolve. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Yan. So there was, I guess on the Uber Eats, it was just too many behavioral remedies would have been required to fix the situation. Okay, we're running low on time, but to get towards the finish of this, let's look ahead to best practices and strategies. And I have a series of questions that I'll just put out there, and then I'll direct or ask a couple of people to help us look ahead. So the questions are there any specific elements agencies should consider with regards to entrenchment theories of harm in the merger context? Are amendments to competition law or frameworks required? Can international cooperation play a role in addressing these issues more effectively? And I'll turn to Andrea to start for your ideas on any or all of these questions.
Yes, thank you, Matt. I'll try to be brief because I think we're close on time and people should be hungry by now. So in our experience, I think our legal framework is flexible enough to include the entrenchment theories in our merger review. And I think that's how it should be. And this is why. My view is I think the law needs to allow certain flexibility. It's sometimes battled in courts when these decisions go to courts or when companies challenge our law. Sometimes they want like a complete list and a set of definitions. I think that in the competition world and in competition policy and specifically in merger review, that is impossible. But then us as enforcers, I think we have a critical role in how you have a general law or a law that allows certain flexibility and room for interpretation, but then I think our job is to give predictability, to give certainty, to be consistent in our decisions. And there, I think also guidelines and sideline regulations play a very important role. So to be a little bit self-critical of our Mexican system, I would say I think the law has worked and has allowed us to review entrenchment theories in digital and in non-digital cases. But I think that what we are working, and we have to continue working, is to make our decisions consistent, predictable, in order for firms and for practitioners to advise their clients in what are the risks and what they can do and then what they cannot do. And then it's not just only our decisions, but also I think our guidelines, which are a very useful tool and should be a tool that's alive and that's updated consistently and regularly.
Thank you. Guillaume, you've already sort of made it clear that there's thinking going on in terms of your guidelines, and you've had some cases. Is there anything you want to add to the look-ahead picture on this issue?
Yeah. Obviously, I want to, because I think just to second what Andrea said is that obviously we have a legal test. Strengthening of dominance is in our law. We should apply it. And when we see new market realities emerging, even if they haven't been captured in your guidelines initially, you need to adapt, and you can do that. And legally, we have a right. It's not really departing. It's taking the experience and feeding that experience into competition enforcement. I'm saying that because there's a debate in court on booking, and where we were told you couldn't apply that theory because it's not formalized in your guidelines. Well, that would be a bit paradoxical that every time we have to change guidelines to address competition issues, but that's another part of the debate. Yet, flexibility is one thing, but you need to give predictability, rule of law. It's important for investment, it's important for companies, so we acknowledge that, and we're at the beginning of that process that we will launch, shortly on merger review. So indeed, that is, a priority for us to be able to give some level of, robustness and transparency on the type of factors that we think are relevant. And for that purpose, we'll have an inclusive process, a dialogue, feedback from practitioners, from industries, from academia, and so on. But they are obviously very important questions. Going beyond these very general statements, I can see that there will be questions, actually, that we will ask during the public consultation on, how should we handle these entrenchment theories, in the new setting, in these, complementary mergers, not, horizontal ones is also relevant, but this is the real challenge. So, for example, the time frame we have to consider, the short-term effects versus the medium to long-term effects, because there's a balancing act, and sometimes you can have an improved offering in the short term, very small to the risk to competition, and vice versa, but this is a very critical question. Another issue that I mentioned earlier is, to what extent do you need to rely on some kind of conduct? Isn't it also sometimes just a mechanical effect, as in a horizontal merger, for competition to be lessened and restricted? So then the question is, what is your framework? Is it ability incentive, as we do it generally in a non-horizontal merger, or is it more, more direct? Are they issues where you don't need to go into these potential conducts? That is a question, but I can see from our practice that this is very relevant, and it has an impact also, on many features of the analysis. What is the level of interconnection between markets that you require? We talk a lot about digital ecosystem. Is it really a prerequisite, or is it just a question of complementarity? Do you need many markets? Do you need a few? These are complex issues. I'm sure, economists and lawyers will have different views on that, depending on who they represent or who they are, what they have in mind. And then what type of dynamic effects you were considering? What type of effect in the market you're looking at? Tipping, we talk about tipping very often. What type of customer behavior do you require? Consumer inertia is very important. Is it always, very relevant or indispensable? And now, you have the discussions around data accumulation, IP. These are also important assets. Is that part of that conversation or not? So you see there are many open questions and topics. I think if we manage to have clarity on those relevant criteria, it will be a big step forward and this will be part of the discussions also in these fora. I think that's the objective. So I think it will be very concrete and practical. This is not only a theory. That's what we need to be looking at.
Incredibly complex, difficult work ahead to delineate the borders, I guess. So what we've been talking about, sharing international experiences, which is what we do at the ICN, which is one of the great benefits of it. Is there a role, Rachel, for international cooperation beyond just sharing how we looked at one case under this type of theory? Is there more we can do you think?
The answer is yes, there is definitely a role for international cooperation, and there are a few reasons why I say that. But just before I give you those reasons, could I say, as I've sat on both sides of the table, both as an advisor to an antitrust agency and in private practice, and I'm the non-governmental advisor on this panel, I really do commend the agency representatives on this panel for so openly recognizing both the value of flexibility but also the importance for predictability and transparency in this area. It's really good to hear such an open discussion. So the role for international cooperation, most definitely. It's very unlawyer-like to say most definitely in response to an answer. So for a number of reasons. First of all, a lot of the companies we're talking about here are global players with cross-border conduct, and that conduct has, for want of a better term, spillover effects outside particular jurisdictions. So reasons for jurisdictions talking together. And I think we would recognize, both from an agency perspective and from a company perspective, that fragmented enforcement that results in divergent or inconsistent answers isn't great from anybody's point of view. But, you know, and equally, cooperation and dialogue will show whether there are reasons for not necessarily having identical outcomes, different practices, different law, different procedures, different approach to remedies, which is often very important in this area. So those are three of the reasons in terms of enforcement. And then also, you know, this is entrenchment theory is one of these difficult developing areas, and so more heads are better than one. And in the ICN context, in the OECD context, with workshops, with roundtables, with recommended practices, that helps coming to good solutions in these areas.
Thank you, Rachel. What a great panel. There's obviously a great deal to be explored, discussed, debated on this topic, and we really have only scratched the surface in the hour we've had. Many of us around the world are clearly thinking hard about this and trying to come up with clarity and predictability in terms of how we're going to deal with these theories of harm going forward. But it's clear, and Rachel just put the exclamation point on it, we need to be talking to one another and learning from one another going forward. So for those of you who are interested in continuing to expand your knowledge about these issues, I would invite you on behalf of the whole panel to consult the 2 ICN recommended practices chapters that touch upon entrenchment theories of harm, the recommended practices chapter on non-horizontal mergers, and the chapter on unilateral effects in horizontal mergers. And take a moment as we wrap up to thank the member agencies and NGAs of the Merger Working Group for their work on these recommended practices and for their work helping us organize today's excellent panel. So please join me in giving a big thank you to our great panelists for a great discussion today, and enjoy lunch and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to welcome you to the next session, which is about public procurement and competition. I'm Juliet Enser. I am Director for Competition Enforcement at the UK CMA. In the UK alone, public procurement represents 300 billion of expenditure approximately a year. And we know, as competition enforcers, that the value of public investment can be severely compromised by anti-competitive behaviour, like bid rigging. We also know that procurement is highly vulnerable to bid rigging, and that bid rigging inflates prices by 20% or more. So the fight against bid rigging in public procurement remains pivotal to drive value for taxpayers and more broadly to ensure the public sector benefits from the dynamism and innovation that's driven by competitive markets, which is why targeting bid rigging in public procurement is a key area of focus for the CMA. It's also why I'm incredibly excited to be joined today by colleagues from agencies together with a deep experience in tackling cartels in this area to talk about how competition authorities can drive market outcomes here. Before I introduce them though, I think it's worth also saying that, as highlighted in the first session this morning, competition authorities like the CMA can have an important role in public procurement beyond cartel enforcement. In particular, we can use the advocacy tools that we have, or markets tools, or similar sector tools, to help public sector purchasers buy wisely, ensuring that they use their role in designing purchasing frameworks, other interactions with sellers, to achieve the best possible outcomes for taxpayers. And indeed, there's going to be a deeper session on that later in the week. But what this panel aims to do is really to bring cartels back to the centre, to the mainstream of discussion. And the panelists today have kindly agreed to share their perspective on how successfully to deter and detect bid rigging. And we propose to focus on three themes. That's detection, working with partners, and driving compliance. And I hope these will chime with many of you. They certainly resonated with me when I was reflecting about the topic from a CMA perspective and how we're working both at a regime and a practical level to reduce the possibilities for successful bid rigging within the UK. So, for example, at a regime level, we had a new Procurement Act which came into force just a few months ago, which increased the risks for cartelists by introducing the prospect of mandatory debarment from public procurement for up to 5 years. We're also increasingly working, my team, with our data colleagues, using their deep expertise in data analytics to help identify anomalies in the data which allow us to detect bid rigging. Which brings us nicely to my first question, but before I ask it, let me introduce the panel today. So we have, to my left, Cani Fernandez from Spain's CNMC, Mr. Bunyan Ang, the Secretary General for Investigation at Korea's FTC, and Professor Elisabetta Jossa, Commissioner at Italy's AGM. We also hope to be joined, we are about to be joined by Alexandra Barreto de Souza from CAGE, just in time. So I know that colleagues from Spain, from Brazil, from Korea, each of you are fortunate enough to have access to a platform storing centralized bidding data. Can you tell us how you use this data or other screening tools in the fight against bid rigging, including any recent developments, any lessons you want to share with agencies who might be thinking of building out their data capabilities?
Thank you very much. It is a pleasure being here. Yeah, we are here to talk about cartels, Andreas. We are here to talk about cartels. And not only to please you, but also because in public procurement, this is one of the things that we have to deter. And not only to please you, but because, for example, in Spain, 11%, between 11% and 12% of our GDP is public procurement, and it's going to increase even more so because we are receiving funds from the European Union that are going to be channeled through public procurement. So the thing is that we are confronted with an area which requires very close monitoring, and in which we were lucky enough and privileged to have people at the CNMC with foresight to start in 2014 already trying to get the data from the public procurement, then the central portal, but then also making agreements with all the regional authorities that were involved in public procurement, and through those agreements getting all the data, cleaning the data, structure the data, then creating an algorithm in-house that was able to structure non-structured information. For example, you have a PDF and the machine cannot read it, but if you structure it into a form, you can then use the information. Then we decided that because leniency was okay, is one of the tools that you are using to detect and deter, but because of the damages actions, that was not a very safe harbor, so we wanted to increase the ex officio detection. We were also trying to devise tools, AI tools in particular, to detect the patterns that we were able to diagnose once we were able to structure the information, and I will explain to you this very quickly. When you have a winning bid, by law in Spain, you have to include the whole information of your winning bid in a structured form. You have a form that you have to fill. But the information regarding the bids that are losers is just uploaded in bulk. With this algorithm that we created, we were able to structure that information as well and then see that, for example, company A was winning, then losing, then winning, then losing, and then we had the patterns. Once we got there, we continued training our algorithm in order to teach the algorithm to detect which were the features that the algorithm had to search for in order to conclude whether a particular bid was more likely competitive or more likely collusive. And we were including, in doing so, all the cases that had already been decided by the Supreme Court in Spain in order to get it right. As such, we created a control group, and we were training, and all the results that we recently got are closer to 99%, never under 90% of rigor and precision. The algorithm is called BRAVA, bid rigging algorithm for vigilance in antitrust, and we are now in the next frontier, which is trying to detect automatic pricing collusion. But for the moment, I have to tell you, and this is my last remark and my piece of advice. At the moment, we have 4 million agreements in our database, 4.7 bids in total, and my piece of advice with you is twofold. First, because you need data and you need to clean the data and treat the data, be patient. I mean, try to make your people understand that the cleaning of data is extremely important. If you don't have a database that's sufficiently solid and robust, your results are going nowhere. And in order to, and this is my second piece of advice, in order to get there, try to convince your legislators, your governments, your parliaments, that it is of the utmost importance to enact laws that will oblige, will make it compulsory on the public procurement authorities to provide you with the data. The cleaner the better, but data at the end of the day, yeah.
Thank you. Alexandra, I don't know if you would like also to share your experience about using data, which I know is an important part of your cartel detection.
Definitely, thank you, Juliette. First, sorry for the late. We are in a discussion with DG Comp about practical cases, and the time flew. Thank you so much for an invitation. And first of all, I must say that bid rigging, procurement, public and cartels are definitely a priority for us at CAGI. And indeed, we have developed ways to detect and address bid rigging in public procurement, combining traditional enforcement and data-driven innovation. But given a step back, I must say that in Brazil, our leniency program still is one of the main tools to detect cartels. So we can say that it's an effective program in Brazil. But we have also moved to more proactive detections. And one of our most advanced tools is the cerebral system or brain system, very similar to the system that CANI has in Spain. And the cerebral system is basically a data analytic platform. While it's not artificial intelligence in the strict sense, it applies machine learning, algorithm, statistical filters, and economic screens to procurement data, primarily from our federal procurement platform. All the public procurement in Brazil, it's in a platform, so we have a lot of data to analyze. This platform is called CompressNet, and it helps us to spot red flags like bid rotation, identical proposals, or market allocation patterns. Very similar, that's the system in Spain. I can say that cerebral system has already proven its value in real cases. For instance, in an operation called Merchant of Venice, which investigated cartels in the medical devices sector, Cerebral helped us to identify high-risk targets, enabling down raids and collection of solid evidence. In another investigation involving fire brigade services, it flagged irregularities across more than 4,700 procurement processes that led to search warrants against 13 companies involved in over 50 rigged tenders. In addition to tech tools, we also have expanded our whistleblower program through our Click Denuncia. That's a platform in the internet that any citizen and enterprise can make a complaint to CADE. It's a secure and confidential channel that more than multiplied by 4 the number of reports we receive from like 500 in recent past to more than 2,500 now. But to finish this first part, in my opinion, what really amplifies the impact of these tools is institutional cooperation. We have signed more than 30 agreements with other public bodies in Brazil, like federal prosecutors, regulatory agencies, and civil society groups. In fact, for instance, our first hub and spoke cartel case was only possible thanks to the evidence shared with the federal police in Brazil in an unrelated investigation. So while detecting cartels is always a challenge due to their even nature, this mix of data analytics, interagency cooperation, and a strong whistleblowing mechanism is helping us move from reactive to proactive enforcement and with real results.
Great, thanks. And I mean, your description of the scale of some of those investigations, I think, does underline the continued importance of this area of our work. Mr. Ahn, I think you were hoping to be able to share with us some of your experiences in the area of detection.
Okay, thank you. Bid rigging in public procurement severely undermines government finances and public welfare, causing substantial economic and social harm. This is why the KFTC places strong emphasis on detecting and addressing bid rigging in tenders issued by public institutions. This focus is clearly reflected in the fact that last year, bid rigging accounted for 70 out of 83 cartel cases. To detect cartels, the KFTC utilized a range of tools, including lineage program and reward system. In addition, the bid rigging indicator analysis system, so-called BRIAS, is actively used to monitor cartels in public procurement by analyzing centralized bidding data. BRIAS, introduced in 2006, collects tender information from procurement agencies, performs quantitative analysis, and uses the results to support investigations. Let me briefly explain how the process works. First, the system classifies tenders exceeding a certain transaction value by product category. It then calculates a score for each tender through a comprehensive analysis of bidding ratios, the number of bidders, and other relevant indicators. These scores are compared against specific thresholds. If tenders exceeding the threshold accounted for more than 50% within a category, that category is designated for intensive monitoring. Finally, the categories are reviewed twice a year, and ex officio investigations are initiated if necessary. BRIAS is a valuable tool not only for handling reported cases, but also for supporting ex officio investigations. Specifically, it aids in proactively identifying tender types, categories, and the behavior patterns of participants, and is regularly used in investigating planning. Furthermore, BRIAS helps prevent and deter bid rigging by signaling to the market that the KFTC is closely monitoring procurement activities. Regarding recent notable developments, we have significantly expanded our data coverage through improvements to BRIAS. Previously, bid information was collected only from central and local governments, as well as state-owned enterprises. However, following amendments to the relevant laws, the scope of organizations required to submit bidding data was expanded in 2024 to include municipally owned companies and other government and public entities. As a result, approximately 700 organizations were added, and the volume of data has doubled, now reaching an estimated 60,000 entries per year. As more information is collected, generating meaningful insights through analysis becomes increasingly important. Competition authorities around the world are actively pursuing bid rigging detection using big data and artificial intelligence. The KFTC likewise recognizes the need to elevate BRIAS to a new level to better safeguard public finances and promote public welfare.
Great that you've been able to expand your data collection in that way. But of course, data screening is only one tool in the box, as Alexandra already mentioned. Elisabetta, are there other tools in your experience that are particularly useful?
Thank you, Juliet. Absolutely. I think all authorities have been thinking in the past few years how to expand the toolbox. There is always one more tool that you can try to sort of to get or to improve. In fact, let me just mention that in 2012, actually, the Italian authority had a pilot project on bid screening, and it led to 2 investigations, but overall the project was discontinued precisely because of what Connie Fernandez said, that the data was not of sufficiently high quality. And at that time, we also missed data on the bids, which was critical to see bidding patterns. We've had historically most ex officio investigations because leniency applications have been historically low in Italy. So what we've done recently is twofold. We have revised our leniency guidelines taking on board many of the suggestions coming from a very interesting academic research on incentive in leniency. So we have changed the guidelines and the discounts by sort of giving greater incentives for applicants to come second, okay? And also we have invested in a platform, the whistleblowing platform, that has proven to be extremely successful. 4 of our 7 cartel cases that are ongoing are coming from these whistleblowing platforms. Just more generally, I think this has been mentioned by Alexander as well. We have benefited from MOU with public procurers and with other entities. I'll come back to this, in particular public prosecutors, but maybe I'll say this later. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I'm glad that you raised the issue of partnerships, because I think for all of us, partnerships with other agencies, it can be really important, whether that be other enforcement agencies, but also the victim procurement agencies themselves. And it would be great to hear more about your work with partners in this area. And I think perhaps Mr. An, you could tell us about the Korean experience here.
Okay. As you noted, close cooperation with relevant agencies is essential to eradicating collusion in public procurement. In recognition of this, the KFTC has strengthened its network through relationship building, institutional arrangements, employee exchange programs, and other initiatives. Since 2014, we have hosted the semi-annual conference on bid rigging detection in public procurement to coordinate cross-agency efforts to prevent bid rigging. The conference serves as a platform for contracting authorities to share their experiences in monitoring activities and in implementing measures to combat bid rigging schemes in the market. For instance, at last December's conference, the KFTC shared with 17 agencies how BURIAS is currently being operated and how it will be enhanced. Participants also discussed ways to improve the accuracy of indicator analysis based on bidding data. Meanwhile, employee involvement in collusion has consistently been identified as a contributing factor to bid rigging in the public sector. To address this issue, in 2023, the KFTC launched a campaign targeting 14 major agencies that together account for half of the total value of public tenders in South Korea. The campaign encouraged these agencies to establish internal audit systems and HR programs designed to prevent employee involvement in bid rigging schemes. A declaration ceremony was also held to reaffirm anti-bid rigging commitments, culminating in the adoption of a code of conduct. Alongside these efforts, personnel from the Public Procurement Service has been dispatched to and is currently working with the KFTC's bid rigging investigation division. In addition, the KFTC requests the Department of Contractors involved in collusion, in line with the practices commonly followed by other competition authorities. Thank you.
Thank you. Alexander, I don't know. I know you already mentioned that you work with other prosecutors, but I don't know if there's more, for example, whether you also work with victim agencies.
Yes, definitely. It's interesting because we can speak about cooperation, but also about advocacy. Well, we know that enforcement is crucial, but we believe in Brazil that enforcement alone is not enough. So we must invest in prevention and also in advocacy. Let me give you some examples that we are doing in Brazil. One of our initiatives is a practical guide to fighting cartels in public procurements. It's a hands-on manual for procurement officials with tips like, for instance, to avoid narrow technical specifications in the designing tenders, split contracts into smaller lots when possible, make procurement cycles less predictable to reduce the risk of coordination. Even practical ideas like delaying the release of reference prices or avoiding unnecessary bidder meetings can make a difference. And we complement this guide with training sessions across all levels of government. We teach officials to recognize red flags like identical language in bids, suspiciously similar pricing, proposals sent from the same IP address, or even identical formatting errors, all potential signs of collusion. Since 2019, we have trained over 1,000 officials in Brazil, including public prosecutors and audit authorities. These sessions not only raise awareness, but also build a broader ecosystem of allies in the fight against bid rigging. And speaking of ecosystems, I must say again, as I did in the first question, that interagency collaboration is a key. We work closely with institutions like the Federal Audit Court in Brazil, which is responsible to identify anomalies in procurement audits, and with the Comptroller General's Office, which handles disciplinary and administrative sanctions. Last but not least, the very important relationship with the Federal Prosecution Service, who is the body in Brazil responsible to lead civil and criminal proceedings. And in Brazil, cartel is also a crime. And especially when bid rigging overlaps with corruption. And the federal policy often carries out certain seizure operations based on CADE's finding. So I can say that this interagency cooperation is working very well in Brazil. In short, to resume, empowering procurement professionals with the tools, trainings, and institutional support to detect collusion early on is, in our view, one of the most effective strategies to stop bid rigging before it starts.
Thank you. Does that chime with your experience?
Yes, I mean, it's very similar. And again, the idea is trying to sort of exploit multiple avenues and multiple tools. So, for example, for us, it was very successful back in 2012 to draft guidelines on bid rigging that we distributed to public procurers, and explaining exactly what to look for in the tender and when to report to us as to suspicious sign. That led to a sharp increase in our bid rigging cases that reached 50% of our cartel cases for many, many years until a year and a half ago. So now, in fact, we're going to revise this vademecum, which we think might be helpful. The other thing, as I mentioned before, I think it's very useful to think about the fact that when firms share the pie in a bid rigging, they have to take turns generally, unless there is a division in lots where each one of them gets one contract. That means that they have to identify the designated bidder. And that means that they need help from public procurers to make sure that that designated bidder is actually awarded the contract, and wherever there is some discretion in the tender, that is not obvious. So we have seen that corruption helps bid rigging, and that is why these kind of collaborations with public procurers can be extremely helpful, because they give you, for example, information from wiretapping, and you can use that information that is related to a corruption case because perhaps it's also relevant for bid rigging.
It's very interesting. Is the Spanish experience similar, or?
Yeah, it's similar. We have a guide as well that we are updating now. It is dating from 2011, and we go phase by phase from the design to the awarding of the contract, and in doing so we are trying to not only confront the problem of cartels, but also efficient regulation and avoiding undue obstacles to the activity. But I have to say that this has worked mainly because of our training of civil servants, as for example you are doing as well, not only in a pre-training, so before anything has happened, but also after a cartel has been fined by us, we contact the authorities. We explain to them some of these cases, in fact, were uncovered by our economic intelligence unit. Then we give comfort to the authorities that we have the means to help them, and they understand that very well. And now our law, for example, in the public procurement law, has 2 articles that make compulsory for the authorities when they detect something that could have suspicious, there is a fast-track procedure, they send it to us and we analyze it. And in there, I have to say that Brava is extremely useful because it allows us, it's a very fast-track procedure, and it allows us to have, it will be included. For the moment we are doing it on the basis of the facts that are provided by the authority, but I think that Brava will help us a lot. Apart from that, cooperation is absolutely necessary. In the same sense that Elisabetta was saying, we are part of the anti-corruption program in Spain with other authorities, and we cooperate with the Ministry of Finance, for example. We have exchange of information, and it is proving extremely useful for everybody. A last element that I would like to mention is that it is not only a question of cooperation among us to be more effective. It has a deterrent aspect as well that I would like to underline, because cooperation with other agencies or institutions shows companies that there are many eyes watching them, and that if they are trying to go one way, this authority is going to be reporting to another one. So I think this idea of all involved in the gardening, of competition, it helps a lot.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and also brings us incredibly nicely to our last topic, which is around deterrence more generally, or another way of putting it is how we incentivize compliance. And I know that Italy has quite a unique approach to incentivizing compliance in this area, and I wondered if you could tell us a bit about, Elisabetta, how it works and also what you've learned from that system.
Yes, absolutely. Let me say it's really a pleasure to sort of listen to other countries. One thing I didn't mention earlier on is that precisely following what the Spanish authority was doing under Cani Fernandez as president, we are looking back at the bid screening tool. Okay, so it's very, very useful. So I'm happy to share this other tool which we manage. It's not exactly something you will have imagined, but is proving very, very sort of useful. It's called the legality rating system. It was introduced in 2012, and basically it's a system that certifies the compliance with the law, and in particular antitrust law, consumer protection law, but also environmental law or work safety regulation of firms based in Italy which reach a certain turnover. And firms can voluntarily apply to us. It's all free. They send us the documentation and we give them a rating score which would be maybe zero, so no, no compliance, or 7 different scores, depending on how well is their compliance system. Now, why this is so interesting? Because first of all, it has been seen that firms value this kind of certification a lot. And they value being certified as firms with a high level of legality compliance because, for example, they get cheaper credit. Banks are more willing to give them funds at lower rates because they are certified as compliant with the law. They also obtain public funds more easily. And last but not least, in public tenders, many public procurers are choosing to award, to give firms with higher rating or with a rating, more points in the award score. So that means that if other things equal, a firm that has a higher legality rating can have higher probability of winning the contract. And why this is so relevant for us? Because it means that when the firm, for example, commits an antitrust violation or a consumer protection violation, they lose the rating. So they lose these additional scores they may get in tenders. And in that regard, if you think about it, this is a way somehow to tackle the trade-off that debarment systems create in terms of deterrence versus participation. Because as you know, debarment systems, they may be mandatory or discretionary, but they always create this problem that if a firm that has committed an antitrust violation and participating to a cartel is barred from participating to other tenders for a number of years, then that's very good for deterrence, but it's bad in terms of participation in the next tenders because you're going to have fewer firms. And if you have sanctioned 5 firms of a cartel and you end up with just with 1 firm participating in the tender, that is not good news. So the debarment system are very interesting. And many countries, Italy being one, choose to have a discretionary debarment systems precisely to try to manage this trade-off in the best way. So whilst these systems are zero or nothing, all or nothing punishment, so either I don't do anything or I tell you you cannot participate to a tender, the legality rating system offers a kind of continuity of solutions, in the sense that with the legality rating, if a firm commits an antitrust violation participating to a cartel, it loses the rating, but it can still participate to the tender. So in that regard, there is still a deterrence effect, but by allowing the firm to participate, even if now it will not have the same chances as before because of these additional points I mentioned earlier on, you are going to still have participation. So I think that is an interesting, at least a system to sort of introduce. Let me just say, though, it's time consuming. We're managing 9,000 submissions a year. We have 15,000 Italian firms that have the score, so you really need to be super efficient to sort of manage these things. Thanks.
That's absolutely fascinating. As you say, it's really great to hear about other people's methods, and for me, that is anyway really quite a unique, but very nuanced way of cracking that really tough question of continued participation in public tenders through known cartelists. I think we've got a very short amount of time left, but Kani, perhaps you could very briefly share with us your views on particularly forms of enforcement other than fines and how important they might be in driving deterrence.
Thank you. In fact, we do have a compulsory public procurement ban It is automatic. When you are infringing competition law, you are barred. But we have to declare for how much, for how long, and for which part of the market, or in services or products. It was before the Ministry of Finance. It is now ourselves who are going to decide on the, it's a maximum of 3 years, and we of course are taking into consideration whether there are sufficient participants in the market for successive bids and other aspects. But the thing is that we can't exclude this public ban, public procurement ban, with a compliance program that is sufficiently rigorous, credible, and that provides us with the confidence and trust that what happened will not happen again. And in doing so, what we are doing, in fact, is providing the companies the possibility of coming clean after the infringement. We review whether they are serious in what they are proposing, and in that respect, we can leave this ban, which, given the importance of public procurement in Spain, as you can imagine, is a very deterrent and inclusive mechanism. Yeah.
Thank you. I'm conscious that unfortunately we're now, I think, out of time, so we're going to have to bring this interesting discussion to a close, at least here on the stage. We can, of course, continue it later on throughout the week. And I just wanted to say a huge thank you to all the panelists for their contributions today, which I think has demonstrated that while we may not always talk about it so much, cartel enforcement is alive and kicking and moving with the times. So thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Eleanor Fox from New York University and NCA. First of all, thanks very much to the CMA, to Sarah and your wonderful team for this beautiful meeting. And thanks to the Unilateral Conduct Working Group, which is doing a very good job and being a very hardworking working group. It's my pleasure to moderate this hour and with this wonderful panel. I think you know them, but I'm going to just mention them and their authorities very briefly, and then I will tell you our plan for the hour. So to my left, of course, doing double duty right back to back is Connie Fernandez, who is president of the Spanish Competition Authority. Then we have Hakan Bilir, who is vice president of the Turkish Competition Authority and professor of finance. To his left is Marie Ostman, who is director general of the Swedish Competition Authority as of January. And to her left is Reiko Aoki, who is commissioner of the Japan Fair Trade Competition and a professor including the faculty of Auckland. So this wonderful group is going to be talking about some of the challenges on unilateral conduct. You've heard some of the challenges already today, and we'll build on the program earlier today. I'll just say a word about unilateral conduct enforcement, and then I'm going to ask each of the panelists to talk for about 5 minutes on the particular challenges they see in their own authorities. Then we will have a discussion period, for which we have one, and hopefully, if we have time, 2 Slido slides to ask you your opinion. So a word about unilateral conduct. As I've been talking to the panelists and reflecting, unilateral conduct enforcement has taken a more prominent place in the scheme of enforcement across the kinds of antitrust cases that are brought within the last 10 years. It's become more prominent. There are more cases in more jurisdictions. It has taken its rightful place with mergers and cartels. This was not always so. It seems sometimes to have been a lesser area, not because of importance, I must say. For developing countries, it's always been like number one, perhaps along with cartels and mergers. Developing countries have always had and have to think of abuses of dominance because of serious monopoly problems. Certainly, changes in technology has been a huge driver. The fact of data now as the new oil and network effects, and just the technological development itself and the globalization of companies, that many of them are worldwide, and the same conduct is appearing in all jurisdictions, and perhaps through ICN there's more interchange about what has been doing that should be in the spotlight of control over dominant company conduct. So we will talk about the challenges. There are many. I'm going to go right away to the panelists to present some thoughts and information about what is happening in their jurisdictions. And I'm going to start with Hakan Bilir. Hakan, we understand that you in Turkey have been finding more challenges than in the past, and we would like to hear a little about that and whatever else you'd like to tell us in your opening remarks. Thank you, Hasan.
Thank you very much. I want to answer these questions in terms of especially digital markets and platforms, because it's a huge part of the digital economy We believe that in general competition law instruments are flexible and powerful to solve the problems in the traditional markets and economy, but in digital markets significantly differ from traditional markets in terms of economic structure and operational features. So it creates many challenges because typically digital markets operate under a multi-sided platform models. Economic characteristics such as network effects, economies of scale and scope, and data-driven operations can create high barrier entry. Entering digital markets often requires substantial innovations. All these features point to various structural market failures in digital markets. As we know, sectors that have natural monopoly characteristics such as electricity and telecommunication are regulated not only competition rules but also by ex-ante regulations and regulatory authorities. At this point, I would like to ask this question: is there a need for similar ex-ante regulatory rules in digital markets? As the Turkish Competition Authority, I would like to share with you the findings of our market study conducted to address these challenges. Our market study was completed over approximately 2 years. In our sector report, competitive concerns related to digital marketplace were examined under 3 main headings. These include competition between platforms, competition within platforms, and the consumer-related concerns. Our sector report recommended us the introduction of ex-ante regulation for undertakings that hold significant market power in digital markets. Our draft legislation is currently on the agenda of the Parliament. It is possible to say that our draft law is similar to European Union Digital Market Act. Although our ex-ante regulation proposals have not yet been enacted in the Parliament, we are actively and intensively applying ex-post competition rules in digital markets. Digital markets have occupied a sizable part of our workload in the last few years. We have investigated general search-related services, e-commerce platforms, real estate platforms, sport data platforms, and sports gambling platforms. Not all cases were identical in terms of challenge we faced in defining markets and showing the actual harm. 2 concrete challenges were prominent. In fact, these challenges also demonstrate why ex-ante regulations are needed. The first is that when the platform commands an almost monopolistic position and the data advantage is critical for leveraging. Timely intervention is vitally important in order not to further weaken the French competition in the relevant markets. This is why interim measures were used rather frequently in last few years. The second challenge has been the enormous amounts of complaints of exploitation by the commerce platforms, including excessive data collection, extensive advertisement placement, and unjustified demotion. Consequently, we think that abusive practices are now inevitably a priority with digitalization and platformization. Our main goals are improving entry conditions as well as monitoring how ecosystem-wide leveraging could be controlled. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And those are important points which we will come back to because there is a sentiment in many countries that perhaps ex-ante regulation is a needed project to fill a hole, which we will come back to. And Connie, you have told us about the diversity of your current enforcement, including both against exclusionary and exploitative restraints, and we'd like to hear what you are up to.
Thank you very much. I'm going to provide you with a summary, an overview of what is our enforcement in unilateral conducts in Spain, because in fact we were not, as Eleanor was saying, we were not as focused on unilateral for several years. And then in 2022, the board of the Council of the CNMC issued 5 decisions concerning abuses of dominant position, the same amount that had been adopted in the years 2016 to 2021. So the trend has continued. We have adopted and opened several investigations in unilateral cases, and as Eleanor was saying, those cases involve not only exclusionary abuses, but also, and mostly I would say, exploitative abuses. To mention one that is also the highest fine that we have imposed in history in our institution. In July last year, we adopted the landmark case against Booking, in which we decided that we had proved 4 abuses of dominant position, 2 of them exclusionary, 2 of them exploitative. I think we will come back to that later on. But in fact, this is proving that in many situations, and that's a reflection that I would like to convey already, given the industrial structure that we are having in Europe, and in particular in Spain, where 98% of our companies are small and medium-sized companies, in the digital sector where we are facing so many gatekeepers, the potential of exploitative abuses is high, is very high. We are not only investigating unilateral cases in the digital area, there are other areas in which we are also very active, and energy is one of them. And here I would like to convey also a learning that we have. I mean, we are not only a competition authority, we are also the regulator for energy, telecoms, media, transport, and postal. And as you were saying, in our case, we see ex ante and ex post regulation together. And we've discovered that, for example, ex ante regulation in energy is not solving all the problems. And we have, as you know, the distribution networks are natural monopolies, the transmission network is natural monopoly, and you have to have access. And sometimes there is a conflict in this access. But several times, it's not only a conflict what we witness as well a conduct as an abuse of dominant position by, for example, excluding a rival when you are the one responsible to give access to, if there is vertical integration, to give access to the network, for example. So far, we have 5 cases open in the area of energy. Another area in which we are active is pharmaceuticals. And there I have to say that our cases are all exploitative. In particular, there is one of excessive pricing, the Lydian case, in which a company that obtained the classification to treat a rare disease increased the price of the package, I think, of 1 dose of the product from 900 euro to 14,000 euro without significant investments justifying it. We can come to that later, but there was a whole strategy, not only increasing the price, but before that, the strategy was also to impose exclusivity in all the producers of the substance that was going to be used in the preparation of the drug, of the medicine. So the last one that I would like to include, and it also relates to our ex ante and ex post activity, is in the transport sector, in particular in the railway. We've been very successful in the liberalization of the railway speed speed services for passengers. We have not been that successful in the freight transport, in the rail freight transport, where we are very much trying to solve the problem. From the regulatory point of view, it seems that we are not successful, but then we are using the competition area. because we are witnessing that the incumbent, who is, for example, the owner of most of the track services, is the one that's blocking the effective liberalization of the process. So we have several cases against the incumbent. One of the last cases is, again, a self-preferencing case, but in the real economy, because there was a bid in which freight services were, track services, were going to be open to a bid, and then the incumbent was favoring a mother company in order to provide the services. So that's under investigation as well. So I think I'm going to leave it here, just to, because I think we are going to discuss digital afterwards, just to give you an overview of what we are doing. Yeah.
Great, thank you very much, and you've touched the big industries that have, it's not just digital, but digital always rises up, but also energy, transport, pharma appear as probably a very significant number of the dominance cases. So, Reiko, can we turn to you, because you've also told us about an increased activity of cases, as well as some regulatory reform.
Thank you, thank you. Eleanor, thank you for organizing this very interesting panel and mentioning Auckland in my affiliation. Yes, we've been we've been executing several monopolization unilateral conduct cases. We've had 2 cases in Google, against Google, which I mentioned earlier, so I'll skip that and go on to 3 other cases that we've issued either cease or desist or cautions to. And one is about Nissin Foods, a global company that produces instant noodles, including cup noodles. And they were setting standard retail prices and promotional prices with intention of ensuring compliance with these prices. The company engaged in the following practices with retailers while instructing its partners, wholesalers, to do the same. During the regular sale price periods, Nissin informed retailers that similar pricing requests were made to other retailers and implied that promotional terms would not be provided unless the requests were accepted. Through these actions, Nissin sought to have retailers raise their standard retail prices to match the suggested price. And during promotional sales periods, Nissin made promotional terms contingent on retailers agreeing to sell at the specified promotional prices, effectively pressuring them to increase their promotional pricing to the predetermined levels. However, such practices likely violate the Anti-Monopoly Act, specifically regarding resale prominence, and as a result, on August 2024, the JFTC issued an official warning to Nissin Foods. The case underscores our concern about practice that may unjustly keep prices high during a period of rising food costs due to inflation. In another case, on July 24, the JFTC issued a cease and desist order to ASP Japan. Both ASP and its predecessor, Johnson & Johnson, had designed their end-scope washing and disinfecting machines to operate only when used with their proprietary disinfectant, Disopa, effectively forcing medical institutions to purchase this product. To prevent the use of alternative disinfectants, they introduced barcode readers to the machines and affixed 2-dimensional codes to the Disopa containers. The JFTC determined that such practices hindered market competition and caused disadvantage to medical institutions, leading to our cease and desist order. Lastly, I'll share a case involving data handling. On December 24, 2024, the JFTC issued a cease and desist order to MC Data Plus. The issue centered around their construction industry cloud service, which simplifies the exchange of labor safety documents and construction sites through online systems. To use the service, the customer had to register personal information about their workers, which became data that MC Data Plus prevented from exporting directly as digital files. And by the way, for construction companies, because of the regulation concerning worker safety, it's very important for them to have detailed worker data for each construction site, so that what they would like to do is to have a stock of data and then assemble them according to each construction site. And they became very dependent on the data that MC Data Plus had acquired on their clouds. And this was the issue, that this effectively restricted their customers from switching to competing services, discouraging competition. On top of this, the company modified its terms of service to include clauses and prohibited sharing user information with other companies. The FTC determined that practices violate the Anti-Monopoly Act under its rules prohibiting obstruction of transactions with competitors. And these are three of the recent cases where we exercise unilateral conduct.
Thank you. So now we go on to Marie, and we were impressed by the range of activities that you were thinking about and doing, projects you are doing, from the merger angle to financial markets we didn't discuss yet, to international cooperation. So let us hear what you have to say.
Thank you. First, let me say how delighted I am to be here at my first ICN annual conference. I hope many will come. And thanks to the CMA for organizing such a great event. I wanted to make a few observations on some emerging unilateral conduct issues in the EU context that we have seen reflected in our work. And one issue that has come up is the relationship between ex post unilateral conduct enforcement and ex ante merger control. As many of you will be aware or are aware, the Tarocast judgment of the European Court of Justice confirmed that national competition authorities can apply antitrust rules to challenge certain non-notifiable acquisitions. And based on this underlying doctrine, we are currently investigating a consultation in Sweden under the abuse of dominance rules. And this case relates to media monitoring services. As far as I'm aware, this is one of the few cases so far in the EU relying on the Tarocast doctrine. And since the case is currently ongoing, I can't say too much about it at this moment, but the main takeaway is that antitrust rules can be used to address mergers that, for one reason or another, avoid scrutiny under the merger rules. I still believe that ex ante merger control is preferable to ex post analysis. It's often easier to address problems up front than to unpick them later. But in those cases where merger control rules aren't applicable, we won't hesitate to act to maintain effective competition. This is what we've been tasked to do, right? So preventing monopolization is always a priority, regardless of the size of the market. And I know there will be a separate breakout session on this theme later in the conference, which will indeed be very interesting to follow. A second issue that we have addressed in our enforcement work is the question of access to data held by dominant companies. This is a live issue in relation to digital platform markets, for example. We conducted a sector inquiry into platform markets a few years ago, and then we looked specifically at the importance of access to customer data in certain platform markets. But questions of access to data can arise in a variety of contexts, not just relating to digital platforms. So in one investigation, we looked at the conduct of an incumbent central securities depository, specifically the price and other conditions it applied for allowing other firms to access shareholder data for Swedish companies. That data is used by firms to sell analytical products in competition with the incumbent on downstream markets. We looked into suspicions of refusal to supply, margin squeeze, or unfair trading conditions. During our investigation, the dominant firm made certain changes to its access conditions and pricing, so we closed the case. But on the back of the investigation, we also advocated to government to introduce changes to the law to require that shareholder data is made available digitally, since actually right now the letter of the law could be interpreted as meaning that this shareholder data, and that is a lot of data, only needs to be offered in physical formats at the offices of the securities depository. So that's quite old-fashioned. And obviously a modernization of the law would be helpful to avoid potentially exclusionary conduct. But in the meanwhile, abuse of dominance rules have been part of the solution to keep markets open and for competition on the merits. I would also like to make an observation on the interaction between the competition rules and sectoral regulation. And this is another ever-present issue for enforcers. Some of our investigations recently have arisen out of gaps in the rapidly evolving regulatory environments in, for example, financial markets. We investigated plans by the incumbent stock exchange in Sweden to offer trade in shares that were primarily listed on arrival marketplaces, SME growth market, without asking for the issuer's consent. The intention of the incumbent were not in direct conflict with EU sector regulations, but there had been discussions as to whether there was a gap in that regulation. Our investigation showed that it was not established business practice in Europe for shares listed on SME growth markets to be admitted to trade at a second marketplace in the same geographical market. Our view was that the incumbent's conduct was not in line with the purpose of the sector regulation and could have severe exclusionary effects in conflict with competition law. So in light of all this, we issued an interim decision ordering the incumbent not to list the relevant shares unless the issuers had expressly consented to it. As a result of our decision, the incumbent aborted its listing plans, awaiting the outcome of the ongoing review of the EU regulation. And in fact, since our case, amendments have been made to EU law to close this, what we would call regulatory gap. So I would say this is an example of when competition authorities may have a role to play also in markets where there is very detailed sector regulation to close the gap. And just a final short point at this stage is that in many ways the complexity of cases has steadily increased over the recent years when it comes to unilateral conduct. But as was pointed out this morning by the first panel, it is more than ever needed to deliver fast and efficient enforcement. And it also has to be transparent and foreseeable. And that is sometimes a tricky thing, but important. So in Europe, part of this is to apply an effects-based framework in a workable manner. Hand in hand with this, we need more guidance on the EU level, and we hopefully will see new guidelines on exclusionary abuses in the course of this year, which I think will be a big help both for authorities but also for companies to provide clarity.
Yes, thank you, and thank you for bringing in, so importantly, the EU and what EU is doing right now with its exclusionary practice draft guidelines, which are very well advanced. I want to say a word to follow up your first point on abuse of dominance and merger control, just to mention that in the United States, one of our major cases pending in the digital area is Federal Trade Commission against Meta, which is about abusive, well, monopolization / abuse of dominance for acquiring WhatsApp and Instagram in 2012 and 2014. So it is about an alleged, and they're trying to prove the plan to acquire the companies as part of a monopoly maintenance intention. So let us go on to the remainder of our program, which will be discussion. We're going to give you a Slido, so get out your smartphones and be ready if you would like to answer the question. I'll tell you first what the question will be and a little background before I ask for the Slido to be put on the screen. You can infer from what the panelists have said some of what they think about this question. Is the unilateral conduct law of your jurisdiction, or of jurisdictions in general, fit for purpose? And so this is the abuse of dominance, Article 102 in EU, and all of the similar statutes around the world, asking whether there are gaps that cannot be easily filled by that law, and whether something else, some reform should be done, or something added. And the background is simply, as you know, I mean, there are just major issues coming out of the many litigations going on. For example, is there a new form of market power that doesn't exactly fit within the scheme that was written so many years ago? Or can the existing laws cover it relatively easily? What about proof of effects? What kind of effects have to be proved? And what burdens are existing in your jurisdiction? Is the law sufficient so that you can prove a case that I would say you think you ought to be able to prove? And many other questions, including remedies, but I won't go deeply into that because we certainly don't have time. I would like the first Slido slide, please. Is it? Oh, but I cannot. Will we be able to see what is voted? I cannot see what is voted. I would have to go over. You be the one that announces. What does everybody think?
Okay. So the question is, are abuse of dominance statutes fit for purpose in the digital economy? And we are going from yes 52 to no 50, moving again. So just wait a little bit until I can announce what is there at the end, because so far, yes, fit for purpose is over 50, no 47, 53 yes, 49 no, okay, 50-50, interesting.
So it's so much for predictability, which we all need.
I think it is a very tight result. I mean, it's not moving anymore. It's 51 no. No, this is changing again.
Oh.
Okay, 51 yes.
Okay.
Stop it. 51 yes, 49 no.
I'm going to take that to be 50-50, if you give it a little more time, which we can take into account now, as the panelists are now going to answer the question, and if they think it's not fit, what they think ought to be done. All right? And we're going to start with Marie. Could you tell us whether you think that your statute or EU, because we should generalize, are the unilateral conduct statutes fit for purpose, if not why, and maybe just a word about what you see as the problems that we have to work hard to make them fit for purpose.
Yes, and this is not an easy question that is answered by the audience. I think the result is very evident. But broadly, I think that the evidence shows that our abuse of dominance rules are flexible and adaptable to different types of conduct and also novel theories of harm, including in digital markets. Judgments from the EU courts confirm that. But the challenge, however, is the speed of innovation, the risk of tipping in platform markets, just to mention a few challenges, but also the comparably long time it takes to investigate increasingly complex abuse cases. So there are different ways of addressing this. One is by ensuring that competition authorities have adequate tools, including interim measures and commitment procedures, so that we can bring potentially harmful conduct to an end in a timely way, as you mentioned, Hakan. And in Sweden, we have had several positive experiences of cases involving interim measures in recent years. But there are also other ways to attack this. We could introduce ex-ante regulation of certain conduct, for example, the DMA in the EU, and we strongly support the Commission's enforcement work in this area. We can also consider new competition tools as an alternative in cases where there are structural or systematic competition issues that cannot effectively be addressed by the abuse of dominance rules. And we have seen new competition tools. They have been discussed at the EU level. They have been introduced in several EU and European countries, such as Germany, Denmark, Norway, and an inquiry in Sweden has also recently proposed giving my authority the power to decide on forward-looking competition-enhancing measures. So this is under consultation in Sweden. So the short answer would be yes, as such. Yes. They are flexible, but we need to adapt to stay relevant.
Yes, thank you. That was really interesting. And for the rest of you, I'm going to shortchange you on time on answering, so we can answer a couple of more questions. So if you don't mind, keep it now down to a minute or two. You could do short answers. And Reiko, I'm going to ask you your answer. How would you have voted and why?
Well, in case of Japan, the regulation of private monopolization does not necessarily require the formal identification of dominance. But in order to assess anti-competitive impact on the market, it is essential to first define the relevant market, evaluate the player's position within the market, and analyze the effect of the problematic conduct on competition. And these steps are complex and require meticulous efforts, especially in digital markets. So it is hard to, like as the answer says, it's 50-50 in practice in Japan also. And I think our solution in case of mobile operating system is, which I forgot to mention in my opening remarks about regulation, is that instead of trying to fit the Anti-Monopoly Act, instead we did a very thorough market study on what the issues were in a very narrow market, and we decided to introduce ex-ante regulation Mobile Software Competition Act, which I mentioned early in the morning, to address very specific problems in the market that we were able to identify from market studies. So that's been our solution in where the application of dominance we found was going to be very time-consuming.
Thank you. Connie?
Well, for me, the short answer is yes, if we use it wisely, for example, using as well interim measures or remedies, and in a timely manner. And I would say that, for example, in our case, the booking case was subject to an 18 months timeline. I mean, we have now extended that in our law to 25 months, but we have to do our investigations in 18 months. And just to give you an example of why I consider that the instruments are sufficient if applied with flexibility. We have now 2 cases under investigation, one against Google, another one against Apple. Both of them are under Article 102 and the equivalent of our competition law. And one of them could have been also investigated under the DMA, which is a complementary tool that I think we are very happy to have. We are empowered to monitor it in Spain, so we can proceed with one or the other. But I think that we were better prepared to do it with the traditional tools. Yeah.
Right, so time is a real problem, and the cost of litigation is very high, and one cost which is actually eliminated by the DMA is when you go into court against Google, Apple, etc., you have to prove every time that they have sufficient market power, every time. And they, of course, deny it.
In that respect, I think DMA provides a very good answer.
Yes. Hakan, your answer, what would you have voted?
It is not an easy question. I think maybe it depends on cases which we handle, but in digital economy, we think that we need more powerful status ex ante regulations, we think.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to follow up this question with another that ties in with the very first plenary this morning, and that was about industrial policy in the sense of competitiveness, in the sense of, one way of talking about it is, does the antitrust law sometimes undercut the quest to be competitive, productive, inventive? Should there be some competitiveness overlay? And so the particular follow-up question is, do you think that applications, enforcements, normal enforcements that you do of your unilateral conduct law might chill inventiveness or competitiveness? And I was going to ask Reiko and Hakan, and others of you chime in if you like.
You have to be very careful, I think, about when you're going to, with this question. But I don't think that, I completely, I'm in step with the solution in the morning. What was proposed, I think the general understanding was in the morning that industrial policy and competition policy is really complementary, and that I think saying over regulation or over implementation of antitrust can chill regulation, chill innovation, is often used as an excuse. And I guess that's, we would all say that, but I truly think so, that there's been very few, or Japan has a history of industrial policy, but what industrial policy did was to promote competition. And the firms that became really competitive were actually those firms that were made it through the competition domestically. So I think saying that competition can show innovation is an excuse for not innovating.
Thank you.
Sorry, it's very personal.
You had a similar or different view?
Inventions and competitions are not counter, but complementary concept. I think mostly competition creates inventions, but because of new inventions, a firm gain much market power and market share. In that sense, competition authority must control this abusive behavior and also killer accusation, I think. Esteemed from the Schumpeter's creative destruction theory, advancing technology bring along not only opportunities but also new challenges and inequalities. If we cannot prevent those undertakings from abusing their market power, it is not possible to provide all the benefits expected from competition, including technological process. We have to timely intervene in competition infringements that may occur in new order for paving the way for new entries and technological advancement.
Thank you. Just to put a point on it, the same question could be posed in the following way, very specifically. The big tech firms claiming you keep suing us for unilateral conduct violations and you're handicapping us, that we would otherwise be doing innovation, etc., and you're trying to hold us back. And I'm assuming from your answers, the two that were given, that you would not accept that argument. And I just wondered very quickly if Connie or Marie want to say something about it.
Yeah, I agree, and I would like also to, remind that it is the case at the CNMC, for example, that whenever we are investigating anything, we are taking into account the element of how it is going to impact in innovation. And just to bring an example from the judiciary, the Court of Justice of the European Union issued very recently a judgment in a preliminary ruling from Italy, in which the court is also analyzing whether the particular conduct at stake is chilling innovation in the first place. I mean, it was a problem of accessing to a platform, and then the platform was not providing access to a third party. And then the court says, okay, when this was designed, it was the incentive of innovation and develop it, taking into account that it would be only for the developer, or it was already there that third parties could access. So I say this because it is even the European Court of Justice including the element of impacting innovation. So I don't think we can be accused of chilling it when we are considering it in the analysis.
Yes, thank you. Now, we have only 12 and a half minutes left. I have one more Slido prepared, and I think I'm going to use it, but we really have virtually no time to discuss it, but it'll just be fun to see what you all think, and maybe 1 minute each. And this would be Connie and Marie. This is a question on excessive pricing. We have hardly spent time on it, although it has come up in some of your first presentations. And the question, may we have the slide, please, so you'll see exactly what the question is. And Connie, I'm going to ask you to be my eyes on reading the answer. And then after you see it, give your comment.
Okay, this seems to be clearer. Should competition authorities be more aggressive against excessive pricing? So far it is 65% yes, 35% no, and it's moving slightly, but doesn't seem to change it, let's say, structurally. So I would say that yes, the answer is yes.
More predictability with enforcement against excessive pricing in a very narrow range. So Connie and then Marie, very quickly, what do you think is the right answer to that question and why?
Well, I think we should, but we should keep into account that these are very difficult cases, and we are not price regulators. So if there is anything that a competition authority doesn't like to, is fix prices, because it is against our DNA. So if you have to go there, it has to be really because it is a very clear abuse of a dominant position. I mean, the test that we have in Europe already provides some guidance. Luckily, we were able to go for our excessive pricing case with very clear circumstances. And because they have an impact, a clear impact in consumers and, probably companies that are in the chain as well. I mean, clients of or suppliers of. I think those cases, if really abusive, have to be investigated, I would say.
Great. Marie.
When we look at our abuse cases some years back, they used to focus on exclusionary practices, but we have seen a bit of a shift towards exploitative abuses. And that is partly explained by the fact that we have had very high levels of inflation in Sweden. And that has had a huge impact on end consumers in terms of cost of living. So that also had an impact on our priorities. For example, we did a case regarding district heating, but those are difficult cases, as you say, Kani. And we also have a case concerning orphan drugs in the pharma sector in Sweden, similar to what you have described. And there, luckily, we are able to draw from others' experience. But let me also just point out that we have the impression that it's becoming more and more common for cases to have a combination of exclusionary and exploitative effects. And that could be explained by different user groups in platform markets, etc. So that is also a trend.
Thank you. So turning to our last round, our panelists will have a word or two to say on the following question. We were wondering and thinking what ICN should do next in unilateral conduct. And I'm posing it should do next, but also if you have a longer range plan, that's okay. What do you think would be a good next or ultimate next step for ICN? And I'm going to start with Reiko and then go down the line, okay? And no more than 2 minutes, we don't have more than that.
Well, thank you, Eleanor. And to say first the last word. And I haven't really have no very particular issue that the unilateral conduct topic that we could address, but in no matter what we address, I think it's very important for us to share the ideas, what we're doing, and opportunities to share knowledge and experience amongst ourselves is very important. And the benefit from doing so, I think, is increasing as many of the issues that we tackle and also entities that we tackle are becoming very global. So the more important that we share information. And this all means that, to me, that it's all the more important that we clearly and effectively share such valuable information so that we all make better decisions in these increasing overlapping issues. Thank you.
Yes, the ICN has a very strong catalogue of work products on unilateral conduct, but a big chunk of this is quite old. It was produced 10 or 15 years ago, so one thing to do is to make sure that these projects are up to date and relevant to modern challenges, and we are about to finalize the revision to the workbook chapter on exclusive dealing. So that is one important thing to do. Just let me close by saying that when it comes to the role of the ICN at a broader perspective, I think it's important to continue to work with the fundamentals and not only to focus on new and novel issues. So keep those work products updated.
ICN must continue to attach great importance to efforts against unilateral behavior. We support the sharing of best practice and the establishment of working group among ICN members. Maybe options such as joint sector reviews or joint infringement reviews between ICN member countries can be discussed for the next step.
Thank you, Connie. And we actually have a few more minutes than I calculated, so in case you wanted to talk for more than 2, you may.
I was going to be very quick, but I mean, I think that there are 2 areas in which I think the ICN could do more. I fully agree with that. By changing what we are doing, I think that provides us with, I mean, very insightful information to proceed. But if I could ask something to the ICN, one would be, continue working with judges. This is an area in which it is very difficult for judges to understand. If they require effects, it's going to be difficult. We are going, now it seems that the world is going in a different direction. I mean, the review of the guidelines by the European Commission is going to try to make it a capability test more than effects by its approach. But maybe if we have judges that understand as well, which are, I mean, the challenges in this, maybe we are in a better position to explain to them why we have or we have not done an effect analysis, for example, depending on the case. I mean, these are cases that require economic assessment in a way or another. So work with judges to help them understand what we are. This is an area that's difficult for them. And second thing, I would like to have discussions on remedies, interim measures in particular. And not only remedies. I mean, we were using, for example, in Lidient, the case I was referring for the pharmaceuticals, we imposed the obligation to free the exclusivity, to withdraw the exclusivity that the active substance had. I mean, Lidient, for example, was imposing this exclusivity, so before the infringement, before the abuse, some pharmacists were able to produce the drug with magistral formulas, with this active substance. After, with the exclusivity, that was impossible. So it was not only the fine, but I guess that the most important thing to remedy the market was that remedy, I mean, to exclude the exclusivity. That's important. We have to take it into account. But I would say that even more so, interim measures, because we've been accused of using abuse of dominant cases in too long procedures. At the end of the day, when we reach the solution, it's too late and there is nothing to do. Well, remedies may be a solution, but probably the answer is closer to interim measures. And I think we should have a discussion. Which are the required standards for interim measures? Which are the results? Are there any experiences in jurisdictions? Good pieces of advice? When do not even try? When it is worthwhile doing? That would be my quest, my ask to the ICN on this.
Does any of you want to comment on the final round?
Just say that I fully agree. There are enormous challenges to explain to judges the cases that we work on during several years, and then we must explain it to judges in perhaps 2 or 3 or 4 days, and that entails challenges.
So those were excellent ideas for ICN to go forward on the unilateral conduct. It's very important sharing information, seeing where the collaborations can be made, even to bring the cases together. The companies that are global companies know the whole world markets, and they're doing strategies from the point of view of the whole world, where of course the agencies are looking from their own ground up and not seeing the whole world, and it really takes the coordination to get enough information and then to do things jointly when you can do them. And assessment of the prior work products is really important. Nothing should be let to get out of date. And the judges is a very good point. I know there was one point in time when judges were intentionally invited. I mean, that there was an intention particularly to invite judges to the ICN meetings, and it would be a good idea if more judges were invited. The idea of interim measures is actually a wonderful idea, so that it keeps the problem separate rather than scrambled eggs, which will probably never be unscrambled, and goes back to the problem of remedies. Remedies are totally important. They're as important as the liability rules, because there can be many Pyrrhic victories if the remedies are not taken. So we are getting to the last few seconds of our session, and I want to, first of all, thank the Unilateral Conduct Working Group. Thank you for your participation in our survey. Very nice to know what you were thinking on the issues. And let's have a hand for our wonderful panelists. Thank you very much.